Perhaps you have touched silk, felt its cool smoothness against your fingers, that particular way it catches light and seems to glow from within. Or maybe you have reached for a spice jar in your kitchen, cinnamon or pepper or cloves, and wondered for just a moment where these things come from, how they arrived in your cupboard from halfway around the world. These small luxuries, so ordinary now, were once rare enough to justify journeys that lasted years, dangerous enough that merchants risked everything to carry them across deserts and mountains and endless grasslands. Tonight, we will follow those ancient paths together, the routes that connected east and west, long before anyone called them the Silk Road. We will meet merchants who spent lifetimes moving between worlds, goods that traveled through dozens of hands across thousands of miles, economic systems that evolved over centuries to make trade possible across distances we can barely imagine. There is no need to concentrate too hard. Let the story carry you like a caravan moving steadily across the landscape. Settle in, let your breathing slow, and allow your mind to wander as we explore the patient, persistent economics of connection. Before anyone called it the Silk Road, before Marco Polo or the Mongol Khans, before the great caravans of camels laden with goods from distant lands, there were simply places that had what other places wanted. Geography created the possibility. Human desire made it inevitable. The world arranged itself in such a way that certain things grew or could be made in certain places and nowhere else, or at least nowhere else as well. And so trade began, not as a single grand enterprise, but as countless small exchanges, each one solving a local problem, satisfying a particular want, connecting one community to the next. The earth itself suggested the routes. Mountain ranges ran east to west across Asia, creating barriers, but also corridors. The Taklamakan Desert sat in the heart of the continent, impassable in its interior, but navigable around its edges, where snowmelt from surrounding mountains provided water. The Tian Shan Mountains to the north, the Kunlun Mountains to the south, the Pamirs to the west, all created pathways through their valleys and passes. Difficult, certainly, but possible for those willing to be patient and careful. Rivers flowed through these landscapes, the Amu Darya and Sir Darya in Central Asia, the Yellow River and Yangtze in China, the Tigris and Euphrates in Mesopotamia, each one a thread in a larger pattern of possible movement. In the cities of ancient Mesopotamia, in Ur and Uruk and Babylon, people wanted things they did not have. They wanted lapis lazuli, that deep blue stone that could be ground into pigment or carved into seals and jewelry. Lapis came from mines in what is now Afghanistan, in the mountains of Badakhshan, where it had been extracted since the 7th millennium before the Common Era. The distance from those mines to the cities of Sumer was perhaps 2,000 miles, far too great for any single merchant to travel regularly, but not too great for the stone to move, passing from hand to hand, carried by traders who knew their own sections of the route, exchanged in markets along the way. These early traders were solving an economic problem that would persist for millennia. Certain goods had value far beyond their weight. A small piece of lapis lazuli, no bigger than your thumb, might be worth more than a farmer could earn in months of labor. The value-to-weight ratio justified the cost and risk of long-distance transport. A merchant could carry lapis for weeks, pay other merchants for safe passage through their territories, and still sell the stone at a profit that made the entire journey worthwhile. This basic calculus, this relationship between the value of a good and the cost of moving it, shaped what traveled and what stayed local for thousands of years. The Indus Valley Civilization, flourishing in what is now Pakistan and northwest India from about 3,300 to 1,300 before the Common Era, traded with Mesopotamia through an elaborate network of intermediaries. Archaeological evidence shows Indus seals found in Mesopotamian cities, Mesopotamian goods found in Indus sites. The two civilizations almost certainly had no direct contact. Instead, goods moved through the Persian Gulf, carried by merchants who specialized in maritime trade, who knew the coastal waters and the seasonal winds, who maintained relationships with trading partners in ports along the route. These merchants were not adventurers or explorers in any romantic sense. They were business people, managing risk and seeking profit within the constraints of available technology and knowledge. A merchant ship in the 3rd millennium, before the Common Era, might carry copper ingots, textiles, perhaps some precious stones, goods compact enough and valuable enough to justify the voyage. The journey from the Indus ports to the head of the Persian Gulf might take weeks under favorable conditions, longer if winds were contrary, or if stops were made at intermediate ports to trade or take on supplies. At each stop, the merchant would make calculations. How much could be sold here? How much should be kept for the next port where prices might be better? What local goods might be worth purchasing to sell further along the route? These decisions required knowledge of what different markets valued, what supplies were abundant or scarce in various places, what the current political situation might mean for trade. Information was as valuable as the goods themselves, perhaps more valuable, because information determined which goods to carry and where to carry them. Egyptian trade reached even further, though again through chains of intermediaries. Egyptian expeditions to the land of Punt, somewhere on the Horn of Africa, or southern Arabian coast, brought back frankincense and myrrh, aromatic resins used in religious ceremonies and medicine. These expeditions, recorded in temple inscriptions during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, around 1470 before the Common Era, were royal ventures, organized and financed by the pharaoh, but they followed patterns established by private merchants over generations. The expeditions went where trade routes already existed, to places where Egyptian goods were known and valued, where exchange rates had been worked out through long practice. The economics of these early trade networks were simple in principle, but complex in practice. In principle, you bought low and sold high, carrying goods from places where they were abundant to places where they were scarce. In practice, you had to know which goods those were, which routes were safe, which merchants along the way could be trusted, how to negotiate in multiple languages with people whose customs differed from your own, how to manage the risks of weather and banditry and simple misfortune. Most goods did not travel long distances. Most trade was local, the farmer bringing grain to the nearest town, the potter selling to surrounding villages, the blacksmith serving a small region. Long-distance trade was exceptional, reserved for goods that could bear the cost of transport, which meant luxury goods primarily, goods that the wealthy wanted, and would pay premium prices to obtain. A peasant could not afford lapis lazuli or frankincense. A king or priest or wealthy merchant could and would. This created a particular economic dynamic. Long-distance trade served elite markets, which meant traders needed to maintain relationships with elites, to understand elite tastes and preferences, to be able to deliver goods that satisfied elite demand. Traders often came from elite backgrounds themselves, or if they started with modest means, they understood that success meant ascending into elite circles, being trusted by kings and high priests and wealthy landowners who could afford the goods they carried. The intermediary system was crucial. Very few people traveled the entire distance from origin to final destination. Instead, goods passed through many hands, each merchant adding a markup to cover their costs and profit. This might seem inefficient, as if eliminating intermediaries would lower prices and benefit everyone. But intermediaries provided essential services. They knew their local conditions intimately, knew which routes were safe at which seasons, knew which local authorities needed to be paid for safe passage, knew how to negotiate in local languages, knew market conditions, and could judge fair prices. A merchant carrying lapis from Afghanistan to Mesopotamia might sell to another merchant at the edge of his known territory, perhaps in what is now Iran. That second merchant would carry the stone further west, eventually selling to a third merchant who would bring it into Mesopotamian cities. Each merchant took a profit, yes, but each also took risk, and each provided knowledge and services that a single merchant traveling the entire route could not easily replicate. The system was stable because it worked, because it solved the problem of moving goods across vast distances through territories controlled by different peoples, with different languages and customs and authorities. Trust networks developed slowly, built on repeated successful exchanges over years and generations. A merchant might trade with the same partners for decades, learning to rely on their honesty, their judgment, their ability to deliver goods of consistent quality. These relationships were valuable assets, as valuable as inventory or ships or warehouses. A merchant with good trading partners could undertake ventures that a merchant without such connections could not attempt. The social capital mattered as much as the financial capital, perhaps more. Credit existed in these early systems, though in forms we might not immediately recognize. A merchant might receive goods on consignment, agreeing to pay after selling them, or a merchant might give goods to another merchant, trusting that payment or equivalent value would be returned on a future voyage. These arrangements required trust, but also reputation. A merchant who defaulted on obligations would find future partners scarce. Reputation traveled along trade routes as surely as goods did, perhaps more reliably. The goods themselves tell us what people valued and why they were willing to pay the costs of long-distance trade. Precious stones and metals, obviously, concentrated value in small volumes, aromatic resins for religious and medicinal use, certain rare woods, tin, essential for making bronze, and found in relatively few places. Each item traveled because it satisfied a need or desire that could not be met locally, and because the margin between cost and selling price justified the effort and risk. As centuries passed, the networks grew more elaborate, more extensive, more reliable. The Bronze Age collapsed around 1200, before the Common Era, disrupted many trade routes, but the routes eventually recovered, adjusted, found new paths when old ones became dangerous. Trade had its own persistence, its own logic independent of particular empires or kingdoms. As long as different places produced different things, as long as people wanted what they did not have, trade would find a way. The camel, domesticated fully by about 1000 before the Common Era, changed the economics of overland trade significantly. Camels could carry heavy loads across deserts that horses and donkeys could not cross. They could go days without water, as many as 10 days if necessary, though typically caravans planned for water every few days when possible. They could eat desert vegetation that other animals would not touch, thorny plants and dry grasses that provided barely enough nutrition, but enough. A camel could carry loads of 200 to 300 kilograms, roughly twice what a donkey could manage, and do so at a steady walking pace of 3 to 4 kilometers per hour, day after day, for weeks at a time. A camel caravan could follow routes that previous merchants had avoided, opening new connections, reducing dependence on the few well-watered routes. This did not happen all at once. Camel breeding and training took time. Knowledge of how to manage camel caravans spread gradually from the Arabian Peninsula, where dromedaries, the single-humped camels, were first domesticated, and from Central Asia, where Bactrian camels, with their 2 humps, were bred for cold weather and high altitudes. But by the middle of the first millennium before the Common Era, camels had become the standard transport animal for desert crossings, and this opened the interior routes that would eventually be called the Silk Road. These interior routes ran through some of the harshest environments on Earth. The Taklamakan Desert, whose name in various translations means something like "go in and you will not come out," sat at the center of the route. The desert stretched roughly 1,000 kilometers from east to west, and 400 kilometers from north to south. A vast expanse of sand dunes and gravel plains where summer temperatures could reach 50 degrees and winter temperatures could fall to 20 below zero. No one crossed the interior. There was no water, no vegetation, nothing to sustain life. But around its edges, along the feet of the mountains, where streams fed by snowmelt created oases, merchant towns developed. Kashgar, in the west, sat at the junction, where routes from the south and north rejoined after splitting to go around the desert. Khotan, on the southern route, became famous for jade and later for silk production. Turpan, on the northern route, lay in a depression below sea level, where underground water channels called karez brought water from the mountains. Each oasis town provided services to caravans: water, food, fodder for animals, places to rest, markets to buy and sell. Each also collected fees for these services, a form of taxation that helped support the town and its rulers. The economics were straightforward. A caravan could not cross the Taklamakan in a single journey. Stops were necessary, not optional. The distance between oases might be 5 or 6 days of travel, sometimes more, which meant careful planning about water and supplies. This meant towns along the route had captive customers, could charge prices higher than might prevail in more competitive markets. But towns that charged too much found caravans taking alternative routes where such existed, or found merchants simply avoiding their territory, which meant less trade, less revenue, eventual decline. The balance was delicate. Towns competed for caravan business even as they profited from geographical necessity. The costs of a long-distance trading journey accumulated in layers. First, the goods themselves had to be purchased at their point of origin. Then came transport costs. The animals to carry goods, the feed and water for those animals, the handlers to manage them. Merchants traveling with a caravan needed food and shelter. Various authorities along the route demanded payments, sometimes formal tariffs, sometimes informal fees that looked much like what we might call bribes, but were simply how local power structures extracted revenue from passing trade. All these costs had to be covered by the difference between purchase price and selling price, with enough margin left over to make the merchant's time and risk worthwhile. This meant merchants were constantly calculating. A good that cost 10 units of silver at origin might need to sell for 30 or 40 units at destination to justify the journey, depending on distance, difficulty of the route, level of risk, competition from other merchants. These profit margins might seem excessive, but they reflected real costs and real risks. Caravans could be caught in sandstorms, lose their way, run short of water. Animals could sicken and die. Bandits operated in remote areas where no authority could protect travelers. A merchant might make 3 successful journeys and profit well, then lose everything on a 4th journey gone wrong. The relay system reduced risk somewhat. Instead of traveling the entire distance from, say, China to the Mediterranean, a merchant might specialize in one segment, perhaps from Turpan to Kashgar, a journey of perhaps 20 days. Another merchant would carry goods from Kashgar westward, another from there to Persia, another from Persia to Mediterranean ports. Each merchant took smaller risks on shorter, more familiar routes. Each also took a smaller profit. But the cumulative effect was goods moving steadily westward or eastward through a chain of transactions, each one profitable for the merchant involved. This system was inefficient in one sense, adding multiple markups to the final price of goods. But it was efficient in another sense, matching risk tolerance and local knowledge to the realities of long-distance trade. A merchant in Kashgar knew the routes and conditions and political situation in his region far better than a merchant from distant China could ever know them. That knowledge was worth something, worth the markup the Kashgar merchant added to his goods. The system economized on information and risk, even as it added layers of cost. By the time we reached the first millennium before the Common Era, long-distance trade networks connected the Mediterranean to India, India to Southeast Asia, and the edges of China to Central Asian trade routes. These networks were not unified. No single authority controlled them. No single merchant organization managed them. No merchant traveled their entire length, or almost none did. But goods flowed, information followed, and slowly, very slowly, the distant ends of these routes became aware of each other, not as places anyone had visited, but as sources of valuable goods, as markets where things might be sold, as distant territories worth knowing about, even if you would never go there yourself. The stage was set, though no one knew they were setting it, for something larger, for trade networks that would eventually span the entire distance from the Pacific to the Atlantic, from China to Rome, connecting empires that barely knew each other existed. That would require political developments not yet present, economic institutions not yet invented, technologies not yet refined. But the foundation was there. In these early trade routes, in these patient merchants moving goods from hand to hand, in the slow accumulation of knowledge about distant places, and the goods they produced, and the prices they would pay. The Silk Road existed before anyone called it that, existed in these preliminary networks, these tentative connections that would eventually weave together into something that changed the world. Slowly, gently, one caravan at a time. By the 2nd century before the Common Era, the scattered trade networks of earlier times were beginning to coalesce into something more coherent, more deliberate, more economically significant. 3 great powers had emerged at the ends and middle of what would become the Silk Road, though none of them controlled the routes themselves, and none fully understood the others. In the East, the Han dynasty ruled China with a sophistication and reach that earlier Chinese states had never achieved. In the West, Rome was expanding its dominion around the Mediterranean, growing wealthy from conquest and tribute, developing appetites for luxury goods that its own territories could not satisfy. And between them, controlling the crucial middle sections of the overland routes, the Parthian Empire sat astride the trade path, neither fully Eastern nor fully Western, profiting immensely from its position as the necessary intermediary between distant worlds. The Han dynasty, established in 206 before the Common Era after the collapse of the short-lived Qin dynasty, brought China a period of relative stability that would last, with one interruption, for more than 4 centuries. Stability meant prosperity, and prosperity meant surplus wealth-seeking outlets. The Han capital at Chang'an, in the Wei River Valley, grew into a city of perhaps 250,000 people, surrounded by walls that enclosed an area of roughly 36 square kilometers. This was a city of artisans and merchants, officials and soldiers, a city where goods from across China accumulated and where demand for exotic items from beyond China's borders began to grow. China, in the Han period, produced many things that other regions wanted. Chief among them was silk, that remarkable fabric woven from the cocoons of domesticated silkworms, a secret that China guarded carefully for centuries. The process of silk production was complex and labor-intensive. Silkworms, the larvae of the moth Bombyx mori, fed exclusively on mulberry leaves. They had to be kept at precise temperatures, protected from loud noises and strong smells that might disturb them. After about a month of eating, each worm would spin a cocoon, a single thread sometimes 300 meters long, wrapped around itself in layers. These cocoons had to be carefully harvested before the moth emerged and broke the thread, then boiled to kill the pupa inside and loosen the silk fibers so they could be unwound and woven. The economic value of silk came from multiple factors. The fabric itself was unlike anything produced anywhere else, smooth and lustrous, able to take dyes in vibrant colors, light enough to drape beautifully, yet strong enough to last. The production process required knowledge that took generations to perfect, and could not easily be replicated without access to the right species of silkworm and mulberry tree. This gave China what economists would call a monopoly, though Han officials probably did not think in such terms. They simply knew that foreigners wanted silk desperately and would pay extraordinary prices for it, and that maintaining control over silk production meant maintaining a valuable source of revenue and diplomatic leverage. A bolt of raw silk in Chang'an might be worth a certain amount in local currency. Han Wuzhu coins, small bronze coins with a square hole in the center that could be strung together for easy counting and carrying. The Wuzhu, standardized during Emperor Wu's reign in the late 2nd century before the Common Era, weighed about 3 grams and contained roughly 70% copper and 30% lead and tin. A skilled worker might earn perhaps 100 wuzhu per day, enough to feed a family, but not enough for luxuries. A bolt of silk might cost several thousand wuzhu, already expensive, but not unimaginably so for a wealthy Chinese family. But that same bolt of silk, if it could be transported across Central Asia and sold in Rome, might fetch a price equivalent to tens of thousands of wuzhu, perhaps even more. The challenge was getting it there. The distance from Chang'an to Rome was roughly 8,000 kilometers in a straight line, though actual trade routes followed longer, more circuitous paths to find water and avoid the worst terrain. A caravan traveling these routes might cover 20 or 30 kilometers per day under good conditions, less in difficult terrain or bad weather. The journey might take 6 months, might take a year, might take longer depending on how many stops were made for trading along the way. Very few merchants made this entire journey. Instead, Chinese merchants typically traveled westward to the edges of Chinese control, to garrison towns in what is now Gansu province, or to oasis cities in the Tarim Basin. There they would sell silk and other Chinese goods to merchants from further west, perhaps Sogdians from Central Asia, or Parthian merchants who traveled the middle sections of the route. These Central Asian merchants would carry the goods westward, eventually selling to yet other merchants who would bring them into Roman territories. Each exchange added cost, but each also added value in the form of transport, local knowledge, and risk management. The Han Dynasty, particularly under Emperor Wu, who ruled from 141 to 87 before the Common Era, took an active interest in Western trade and Western territories. This interest was partly commercial, but also strategic. To the north and west of China lived the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic peoples who raided Chinese territories and demanded tribute in exchange for peace. Emperor Wu wanted to outflank the Xiongnu, to find allies in the west who might pressure the nomads from the other direction. In 138, before the Common Era, he sent an envoy named Zhang Qian westward to seek alliance with a people called the Yuezhi, who had been driven west by the Xiongnu decades earlier. Zhang Qian's journey took 13 years. He was captured by the Xiongnu and held for a decade before escaping, eventually reaching the Yuezhi in what is now Afghanistan. The military alliance he sought never materialized, but Zhang Qian brought back detailed information about the regions to the west, about the kingdoms and peoples there, about the goods they produced, and what they wanted from China. This information was valuable. More valuable, perhaps, than any military alliance would have been. It told Chinese merchants where to find markets for their goods, what those markets valued, how much they might pay. The Han state began establishing garrisons along the Gansu corridor, extending Chinese control westward toward the oasis cities of the Tarim Basin. These garrisons protected trade routes from banditry and provided rest stations for caravans. The state was investing in infrastructure, bearing costs that private merchants could not afford individually. In order to facilitate trade, that would benefit the empire through increased tax revenue and access to foreign goods. This was economic policy, deliberate and calculated, an understanding that spending state resources on trade infrastructure would generate returns through economic growth. The Han court wanted certain things from the West. Jade had long been valued in China, and the best jade came from Khotan in the Tarim Basin. Horses were crucial for military power, and the heavenly horses from Fergana, in the far west beyond the Pamirs, were reputed to be superior to Chinese breeds, larger and stronger, able to carry armored cavalry into battle. Emperor Wu sent expeditions to Fergana to obtain these horses, expeditions that resembled military campaigns more than trading missions. The economic and military motivations were intertwined, inseparable, each reinforcing the other. In the middle, between Han China and the Roman Mediterranean, the Parthian Empire controlled crucial territory. The Parthians had emerged as a power in the mid-3rd century before the Common Era. Originally a tribal group from the region southeast of the Caspian Sea. By the 1st century before the Common Era, they controlled an empire stretching from Mesopotamia to the borders of India, encompassing modern Iran, Iraq, parts of Afghanistan and Pakistan, and portions of Central Asia. Their capital at Ctesiphon, on the Tigris River, near what would later become Baghdad, sat at the crossroads of trade routes running east-west and north-south. The Parthians understood their economic position perfectly. They did not produce silk or the other luxury goods that Romans wanted from the East. They did not produce the wines and glassware and metalwork that Eastern markets valued from the West. What they produced was access. They controlled the routes. They provided security, or at least the promise of it, in territories they dominated. They spoke multiple languages, knew multiple cultures, could negotiate with Chinese merchants in the East and Roman merchants in the West. This intermediary position was immensely profitable. A Parthian merchant buying silk from a Central Asian trader who had bought it from a Chinese merchant would pay a price that already included multiple markups from the original Chang'an price. But the Parthian merchant could then sell that silk to a Roman or a merchant who traded with Rome for a price higher still. The Parthian markup might effectively double the price again, or more. This seems like simple profiteering, and to some extent it was. But it also reflected the very real services and risks the Parthian merchant provided. Travel through Parthian territories required knowledge of local conditions, relationships with local authorities, ability to negotiate complex political situations. Wars between Parthia and Rome were frequent, making trade routes uncertain. A merchant needed to know which routes were safe, at which times, which officials needed to be paid, how to move goods through a landscape where political and military situations could change quickly. The Parthians actively worked to keep Romans and Chinese from developing direct contact. Direct trade would eliminate the middleman, would reduce Parthian profits, would undermine the economic foundation of Parthian power. So Parthian merchants and officials told Romans that China was impossibly distant, the routes impossibly dangerous. They told Chinese traders that Rome was similarly far and difficult to reach. Both statements were true in a sense, but they were also strategic truths, truths told to preserve economic advantage. The Parthians benefited from the mutual ignorance of the eastern and western ends of the Silk Road. and they worked to maintain that ignorance even as they facilitated the trade between them. Parthian currency reflected their intermediary position. Parthian silver drachms, roughly 3 to 4 grams of silver, bore the image of the king on one side and various symbols on the reverse. These coins circulated throughout Parthian territories and beyond, accepted because they contained good silver at a reliable weight, because the Parthian state stood behind them, and because merchants across a wide region had learned to trust them. Currency standardization was economically valuable. It reduced transaction costs, eliminated the need for constant weighing and assaying of silver, made price comparisons easier across different markets. The Parthians understood this and maintained their coinage with reasonable consistency, knowing that monetary stability supported trade and that trade was the foundation of their prosperity. In the West, Rome had grown from a modest city-state to the dominant power of the Mediterranean by the 1st century before the Common Era. Roman expansion brought enormous wealth, particularly to the senatorial and equestrian classes who controlled land, commerce, and government positions. This wealth sought outlets. The Roman elite developed tastes for luxury goods, for the exotic and rare, for items that displayed wealth and status. Silk became one of these markers of status, valued not just for its beauty, but for its expense. For the fact that wearing silk announced that one could afford to buy something that had traveled 8,000 kilometers and passed through dozens of hands to reach Rome. Roman writers complained about the cost of silk and other Eastern luxuries. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, estimated that Roman trade with India, Arabia, and China drained the empire of 100 million sesterces per year. A sestertius was a small silver coin, roughly 1/4 of a denarius, which was itself the standard silver coin of Rome, worth about 4 sesterces. A skilled worker in Rome might earn perhaps 3 or 4 sesterces per day. 100 million sesterces was an enormous sum, equivalent to perhaps a third of the annual budget of the Roman state. Some historians think Pliny's figure was exaggerated. But even if we divide it by 2 or 3, the numbers remain impressive. Rome was sending vast quantities of silver and gold eastward in exchange for luxury goods. This trade imbalance worried Roman moralists and some officials. But it continued because there was demand for Eastern goods, and because Rome had access to precious metals from its mines in Spain and other provinces. The economics were simple in one sense. Rome had gold and silver. The East had goods Rome wanted. And so metal flowed east and goods flowed west. In another sense, the economics were more complex. The precious metals Rome sent eastward did not simply disappear. They circulated in Eastern markets, purchased goods that were made there, supported the economies of the regions that produced silk and spices. Some of that metal eventually flowed back westward in other forms, through different trade channels, though probably not enough to balance the initial outflow. The net effect was a gradual transfer of monetary metals from west to east, a flow that would continue for centuries. Roman silver denarii, weighing about 3.5 grams and made of silver that was perhaps 90% pure during the 1st century before the Common Era, have been found in archaeological contexts as far east as southern India, and even occasionally in Southeast Asia and China. These coins traveled not necessarily as currency, but as silver, valued by weight rather than by the authority of the Roman state that had minted them. In Eastern markets, they might be melted down and recast into local currency forms. Or they might circulate as exotic coins of known silver content. Either way, their presence in the archaeological record tells us that Roman silver was flowing eastward, following the same routes that brought silk westward. The three empires, Han China, Parthia, and Rome, formed an economic system, even though they had no direct diplomatic relations and limited understanding of each other. Chinese sources from the Han period mention Rome only vaguely, calling it Da Qin, Great Qin, suggesting a powerful state in the far west, but providing few accurate details. Roman sources knew of a place called Serica, where silk came from, but their knowledge was equally vague, mixed with legend and misunderstanding. The Parthians encouraged this mutual ignorance, but they could not prevent all information from flowing along with trade goods. Merchants talked, shared stories, exaggerated perhaps, but also observed and remembered. Slowly, imprecisely, knowledge accumulated. The economics of this three-empire system were stable in a peculiar way. Each empire benefited from the trade, though not equally. China exported silk and received gold and silver, a favorable trade in one sense, but not without complications. The metals could be coined, could facilitate internal trade, but they could not be eaten or worn or used in production in the way that, say, good iron or bronze could be. China was trading a product it could produce in large quantities for a store of value that had limited practical use. But the silk trade employed many people, from the farmers who grew mulberry trees, to the workers who tended silkworms, to the weavers who created finished fabric, to the merchants who carried it westward. These employment effects, these economic multipliers, were valuable even if China was giving up a useful product for something that was primarily valuable as currency. Rome exported precious metals and received silk and spices and other luxuries. This trade satisfied demand from wealthy Romans, which had political as well as economic implications. A senatorial class that could display its wealth in silk robes and pepper-spiced food was a class that felt prosperous, that supported the political order that maintained that prosperity. The trade also provided revenue to the Roman state through customs duties collected at ports and border crossings. These revenues helped pay for the military and administrative apparatus that held the empire together. So even though Rome was sending precious metals eastward, metals that had required significant resources to mine and refine, the trade served various purposes that Roman authorities considered worthwhile. Parthia exported very little in goods, but exported access, and this proved enormously profitable. The Parthians collected fees from caravans passing through their territory, profited from buying and reselling trade goods, provided services to merchants in their cities and towns. The economic activity generated by this transit trade supported Parthian cities, enriched Parthian merchants and officials, and provided tax revenue to the Parthian state. The Parthians had found a way to profit from geography, from their position between wealthy markets that wanted each other's goods but could not trade directly without passing through Parthian territory. This system was not designed by anyone. No council of empires sat down to organize these trade routes, to set prices or establish regulations. The system emerged from countless individual decisions by merchants seeking profit, officials seeking revenue, consumers seeking luxury goods. It emerged from geography, from the distribution of resources, from the different comparative advantages of different regions. Han China could produce silk cheaply. No other region could compete. Rome had access to precious metals that were valued everywhere. Parthia sat in the middle and learned to profit from position rather than production. Each empire played the role that economics and geography assigned to it. And the result was a functioning system of transcontinental trade that connected distant worlds without requiring those worlds to fully understand each other. The currencies of these three empires rarely met directly, but they were connected through exchange rates that developed in markets where merchants from different regions traded. A merchant with Roman denarii arriving in a Parthian city would need to exchange them for local currency to buy food and lodging and to pay local fees. Exchange rates would be negotiated, based partly on the silver content of the coins, but also on supply and demand, on how many Roman coins were circulating locally, and how much demand there was for them. Similar exchanges happened at the eastern end, where Parthian merchants bought goods with silver or gold that would eventually be converted into Chinese Wuju coins or be used directly as bullion. These currency exchange operations were profitable businesses in themselves. Money changers sat in markets, offering to convert one currency into another, taking a small percentage as their fee. This might seem like a minor service, but the volume of trade meant these small percentages accumulated into significant sums. The money changers also provided a service of assaying, of verifying that coins contained the silver or gold they were supposed to contain, that they had not been clipped or debased. This verification service was valuable in a world where currency fraud was common and where merchants might be dealing with coins from distant places whose standards and reliability they did not know. By the 1st century of the Common Era, the Silk Road system of trade was well established, though it would continue to evolve and expand for centuries to come. The three great empires, Han China, Parthia, and Rome, each played their role in this system. Each benefited from it in different ways. Each depended on it economically, even as they remained largely ignorant of each other, politically and culturally. The system was robust, able to continue functioning, even when individual routes were disrupted by war or banditry. Because alternate routes existed, and because the economic incentives were strong enough that merchants would find ways to keep goods flowing. The foundation had been laid for centuries of transcontinental trade, for the movement of not just goods, but also ideas, technologies, religions, and cultures across the breadth of Eurasia, all following the paths that merchants had patiently established, one careful journey at a time. The empires provided the endpoints and the broad context, but the actual work of moving goods across 8,000 kilometers fell to merchants who were neither Chinese nor Roman nor Parthian, at least not primarily. The true carriers of Silk Road trade, the people who specialized in transcontinental commerce, who built networks that spanned the routes, who developed the financial and organizational systems that made long-distance trade possible, were people whose names rarely appeared in the grand histories, but whose activities shaped the economic reality of the ancient world. Chief among these were the Sogdians, merchants from the region around Samarkand and Bukhara, in what is now Uzbekistan, whose commercial activities, from roughly the 4th century of the Common Era through the 8th century, made them indispensable to the functioning of the Silk Road. The Sogdians were not builders of empires. They lived in independent city-states in the fertile valleys between the Amu Darya and Sir Darya rivers, in a region that had been conquered by Persians, by Alexander, by various Central Asian peoples, but which maintained a distinct cultural and economic identity through these political changes. The Sogdian cities were modest in size, but wealthy, grown prosperous from trade and from agriculture, in valleys irrigated by snowmelt from surrounding mountains. They spoke an Iranian language, wrote in an alphabet derived from Aramaic, practiced Zoroastrianism and later Buddhism, and developed a commercial culture that valued merchants and mercantile skills as highly as any civilization ever has. A young Sogdian man, growing up in the 6th or 7th century in a merchant family, would have been educated for commerce from childhood. He would have learned languages, certainly Sogdian, but also Persian, Turkish, Chinese, perhaps Sanskrit, or other languages useful in trade. He would have learned mathematics, the careful accounting necessary to track complex transactions across long periods. He would have learned geography, where different cities were, which routes connected them, how long journeys took in different seasons. He would have learned about goods, how to judge the quality of silk or spices, how to pack goods for long transport, what items were most profitable in different markets. This was an education as rigorous as any scholar's, but focused entirely on the practical skills of long-distance commerce. The basic unit of Silk Road trade was the caravan, a group of merchants traveling together with their goods loaded on camels or other pack animals. Caravans form for practical and economic reasons. A single merchant traveling alone was vulnerable to bandits, likely to get lost in unfamiliar territory, unable to negotiate favorable terms at rest stops, where he might be the only customer. A caravan of 20 or 30 merchants, with perhaps 100 or more camels, had strength in numbers. Bandits were less likely to attack a large, well-organized group. Caravanserais and oasis towns offered better prices and services to large groups who brought substantial business. The merchants in a caravan could share information, could help each other if problems arose, could split costs of hiring guides or guards. But organizing a caravan required solving complex economic problems. How would costs and profits be shared? Who would make decisions about the route, about when to stop and when to press on, about what prices to accept when selling goods? The merchants in a caravan were competitors in one sense, all trying to profit from trade. But they were also collaborators who needed each other for the journey to succeed at all. The solutions they developed resembled what we might call joint stock arrangements, early forms of corporate organization where multiple investors pooled capital and shared both risks and returns. A Sogdian merchant planning a journey from Samarkand to Chang'an might not have enough capital to purchase all the goods he wanted to carry. He might seek partners, other merchants who would contribute capital in exchange for a share of the profits. These arrangements were formalized in contracts, written documents that specified how much each partner contributed, what share of profits each would receive, how losses would be distributed if the venture failed. The contracts were witnessed, recorded by scribes, sometimes deposited with religious institutions or merchant guilds that maintained archives. These were sophisticated financial instruments, evidence of a commercial culture that had developed robust ways of managing the risks and complexities of long-distance trade. The typical arrangement might allocate profits proportionally to capital contributed. If 3 merchants pooled resources for a caravan, one contributing half the capital and 2 others contributing a quarter each, the profits would be divided 50, 25, 25. But variations existed. A merchant who contributed not just capital, but also his expertise, his contacts in distant markets, his knowledge of the route, might receive a larger share than his capital contribution alone would justify. The economic concept here is recognizing human capital, specialized knowledge and skills, as valuable as financial capital. Risk diversification was crucial. A merchant would rarely put all his capital into a single caravan. Instead, he might invest in multiple caravans, traveling at different times to different destinations, carrying different goods. If one caravan was lost to bandits or natural disaster, the others might succeed and cover the loss. This spreading of risk is a fundamental principle of investment, and Sogdian merchants understood it thoroughly. Some merchants specialized in organizing these diversified investment portfolios, acting as what we might call fund managers, pooling capital from multiple investors and allocating it across various trading ventures. Credit was essential to making these systems work. A merchant might borrow capital to contribute to a caravan, agreeing to repay the loan with interest after the caravan returned and goods were sold. The interest rates on these loans could be substantial, 20 or 30% for a journey that might last a year, reflecting the high risks involved. A caravan that failed to return meant the borrower might be unable to repay, which meant the lender lost both principal and interest. The interest rate compensated for this risk, for the probability that some loans would never be repaid. These loans were often extended by wealthy merchants to younger or less established merchants, creating networks of financial obligation and mutual interest that bound the merchant community together. A young merchant who borrowed from an established merchant and successfully repaid the loan with interest became a reliable borrower, someone who could be trusted with larger loans in the future. Over a career, a successful merchant might transition from borrower to lender, accumulating enough capital to finance others' ventures and profit from the interest while reducing his own exposure to the physical risks of long-distance travel. Buddhist monasteries also played a role in these financial networks. Monasteries often had wealth from donations and land holdings, wealth that could be lent out at interest. The interest income supported the monastery and its religious activities. Lending money was not seen as contradictory to Buddhist principles if the money was used for legitimate commerce rather than for harmful purposes. Monasteries also served as safe repositories for valuable documents, including merchant contracts and letters of credit. The religious authority of the monastery provided security, a form of institutional trust that transcended individual relationships. Letters of credit allowed merchants to travel without carrying large quantities of coins or bullion, which would have been dangerous and inconvenient. A merchant in Samarkand could deposit funds with a banking house or monastery, receiving a letter stating that the funds had been deposited. When the merchant reached Chang'an, he could present the letter to an associated institution there and withdraw the equivalent value in local currency. This required networks of trust between institutions in different cities, agreements about exchange rates and fees, sophisticated record-keeping to prevent fraud. The Sogdians developed these networks over generations, building relationships between merchant families and religious institutions across the breadth of the Silk Road. The caravanserai system provided physical infrastructure for trade. Caravanserais were fortified rest stops built along the routes, offering accommodation for merchants and shelter for animals. A typical caravanserai might be a square building with high walls, a single gate that could be barred at night, and an open courtyard in the center where camels could be unloaded and goods stored. Around the courtyard were rooms for merchants to sleep, stables for animals, sometimes a kitchen or dining area, sometimes a bath. These facilities might be owned by the local ruler, by merchant guilds, by religious institutions, or by private entrepreneurs who charged fees for their use. The economics of caravanserais were straightforward. They provided necessary services in places where those services were scarce, which meant they could charge prices above what pure competition might allow, but below what would drive caravans to alternative routes. A caravanserai owner invested capital in building and maintaining the facility and earned returns through the fees charged to caravans. The business was stable if the route remained active, but vulnerable if trade patterns shifted or if political instability made the route too dangerous. Location was crucial. A caravanserai needed to be positioned where caravans would naturally want to stop. At a day's journey from the last rest point, near water if possible, defensible against bandits. The spacing of caravanserais determined the pace of travel. A caravan would travel during the cooler parts of the day, early morning and late afternoon, resting during the hottest midday hours. They might cover 25 to 30 kilometers in a day, sometimes more on easy terrain, sometimes less in mountains or through difficult desert sections. After 6 or 7 hours of travel, they would seek a caravanserai, or if none was available, would make camp at a suitable spot, forming the camels into a defensive circle, posting guards through the night. The daily routine of caravan life had its own rhythm, repetitive and methodical. Rise before dawn, load the camels, a process that required care and skill, balancing the loads so they would not shift during travel, securing them so they would not come loose. Travel. Rest at midday, the camels kneeling while merchants dozed in whatever shade they could find. Travel again in the afternoon. Reach the caravanserai or camping spot. Unload the camels. Feed and water the animals. Prepare food. Conduct any business at the caravanserai, perhaps buying or selling small quantities of goods, exchanging information with other merchants about conditions ahead. Sleep. And then the cycle would begin again the next day, and the next, for weeks or months, until the destination was reached. This routine could be monotonous, but it was also oddly comforting in its predictability. The days blended together, distinguished only by the changing landscape, by conversations with fellow travelers, by the small incidents that broke the pattern. A camel might become lame and need to be replaced. A merchant might become ill and need to rest for days at a caravanserai, while the caravan continued without him. waiting to join the next caravan passing through. Rumors would arrive from other caravans. News of conditions ahead, of prices in distant markets, of political changes that might affect trade. The relay system meant that most merchants traveled only certain sections of the route. A Sogdian merchant from Samarkand might specialize in the route to Kashgar, perhaps 600 kilometers to the east, a journey of perhaps 3 or 4 weeks. He would make this journey multiple times per year, becoming intimately familiar with the route, with the caravanserais, with conditions in different seasons, with local officials who needed to be paid or negotiated with. This specialization created efficiency. The merchant knew his section of the route better than any outsider could, knew which local suppliers offered the best goods at the best prices, knew which buyers in Kashgar paid well for Samarkand products. At Kashgar, the merchant would sell his goods to other merchants who specialized in routes further east, perhaps to Turpan or Dunhuang, or to merchants who carried goods north, to routes skirting the northern edge of the Taklamakan. These eastern specialists would in turn sell to merchants who traveled the final sections into Chinese territory, perhaps to the garrison towns of Gansu province, or directly to Chang'an, if they had the necessary permits and connections. At each exchange point, goods changed hands. Prices increased to reflect the value added by the next leg of transport, but also to reflect the risk and effort of traveling further into unfamiliar territory. This system of specialization and relay meant that a piece of silk leaving Chang'an might pass through 5 or 6 different merchants before reaching its final destination in Roman territory. Each merchant added a markup, perhaps 20 to 30% of the price they paid, to cover their costs and profit. A bolt of silk that cost, say, 5,000 copper coins in Chang'an might be worth 6,000 after the first leg, 7,200 after the second, 8,600 after the third, and so on, the price multiplying as the silk moved westward. By the time it reached Rome, the price might be 10 or 15 times the original Chang'an price, reflecting the accumulated costs of transport across thousands of kilometers and the markups of multiple intermediaries. This seems expensive, wasteful even, but each markup reflected real value added. Each merchant provided local knowledge, managed local risks, stored goods between caravans, sometimes held inventory for months, waiting for favorable market conditions or the arrival of buyers. The system economized on information and on risk exposure. A merchant in Chang'an did not need to know conditions in Parthia. He only needed to know conditions in his local market and in the next market, to the west, where he would sell. This local focus allowed for deeper knowledge and better decision-making than any merchant trying to track conditions across the entire route could achieve. Insurance, in a form we might recognize, did not exist in the formal sense. But risk-sharing arrangements served similar purposes. Merchants in a caravan might agree that if one merchant's goods were lost to theft or disaster, the others would contribute to compensate the loss, with the understanding that they would be similarly compensated if they suffered losses in the future. These mutual aid agreements reduced individual risk while spreading costs across the group. They worked because the merchants traveled together repeatedly, building relationships of trust over multiple journeys, and because the social costs of failing to honor these agreements the loss of reputation and exclusion from future caravans were severe enough to ensure compliance. Contracts for these arrangements were sometimes written, sometimes simply understood and enforced by social pressure and merchant guild rules. Sogdian merchants had professional organizations, guilds that set standards for commercial behavior, that arbitrated disputes between merchants, that maintained collective resources like caravanserais or temples that also served commercial functions. These guilds were not formal corporations in a modern sense, but they served many of the same functions, creating institutional frameworks that supported individual commercial activities. Information was perhaps the most valuable commodity on the Silk Road, more valuable even than silk or spices. A merchant who knew that silk prices had risen in Parthia while they remained stable in China could profit by buying in China and selling in Parthia before other merchants learned of the price difference and increased their own purchases, which would drive up Chinese prices and eliminate the profit opportunity. Information about prices, about supply conditions, about political situations that might affect trade, all of this circulated along the routes with merchants, passed from caravan to caravan, discussed at caravanserais, shared selectively with trusted partners while being concealed from competitors. Some merchants specialized in information gathering and brokerage. They would travel the routes collecting news, observing conditions, and then sell this information to other merchants planning ventures. The price of information reflected its value. News that a particular route had become dangerous due to bandit activity was worth a great deal to a merchant planning to use that route, might save him from losing his entire investment. News about price movements in distant markets was valuable because it allowed merchants to make better decisions about what to buy and where to sell. The Sogdian merchant communities that developed in Chinese cities were particularly important in these information networks. By the 6th and 7th centuries, substantial Sogdian populations lived in Chang'an and other major Chinese cities, forming distinct neighborhoods where Sogdian language and customs were maintained even as the merchants conducted business with Chinese partners. These communities maintained connections back to Samarkand and other Central Asian cities, creating information channels that spanned the continent. A Sogdian merchant in Chang'an could write letters to relatives in Samarkand, asking about conditions there, reporting on prices and opportunities in China. These letters, traveling with caravans, created a flow of commercial intelligence that gave Sogdian merchants advantages in conducting transcontinental trade. Archaeological discoveries of Sogdian letters, particularly a cache found near Dunhuang in the early 20th century, give us glimpses of how these networks functioned. The letters discuss business matters in careful detail, report on political conditions, express personal concerns about family members and business partners. They reveal a commercial culture that was sophisticated, literate, and deeply interconnected across vast distances. These were not isolated merchants taking occasional journeys, but members of a professional trading diaspora that spanned the Silk Road, maintaining coherence across distance through letters, through shared language and customs, through networks of trust built over generations. The economic sophistication of Sogdian merchants is evident in their financial practices. They understood compound interest, the way that interest on a loan, if not paid, would itself accrue interest, causing debts to grow exponentially. They understood risk-adjusted returns, the principle that riskier ventures needed to offer higher potential profits to attract investment. They understood market arbitrage, buying where prices were low and selling where prices were high. These concepts were not formalized into economic theories, but they were understood practically, applied daily in commercial decisions, passed from experienced merchants to younger ones through apprenticeship and partnership. The social organization of merchant life created bonds that transcended purely economic relationships. Merchants who traveled together over months or years developed friendships, family connections through marriage, obligations of mutual support that extended beyond single transactions. A merchant might help a partner who had fallen on hard times, extending credit on favorable terms, or even providing gifts to tide the partner over until fortunes improved. This generosity was partly altruistic, but also partly economic calculation. Maintaining relationships preserved the network, ensured that the helped merchant would remain a reliable partner in the future, created obligations that might be called upon if fortunes reversed and the helper became the one needing help. These social bonds were the invisible infrastructure that made the Silk Road function. The caravanserais and trade routes were visible, physical infrastructure. But equally important was the social infrastructure. The networks of trust, the shared understandings about how trade should be conducted, the institutions like guilds and monasteries that supported commercial activity, the reputation systems that punished cheaters and rewarded honest dealers. This infrastructure developed over centuries, adjusted and refined through countless transactions, evolved to solve the specific problems of long-distance trade across politically fragmented territories with diverse cultures and languages. By the time the Sogdians reached their commercial peak in the 6th and 7th centuries, they had created a system that allowed trade to function relatively smoothly across the breadth of Eurasia. Goods moved, prices adjusted to reflect supply and demand across linked markets. Capital flowed to profitable opportunities, risks were managed and shared. The system was not perfect. Caravans were still lost. Merchants still sometimes cheated partners. Wars and political disruptions still interrupted trade routes. But the fundamental economic mechanisms worked well enough that trade continued, that merchants made profits, that goods from China reached Mediterranean markets, and goods from the Mediterranean reached China, connecting distant worlds through the patient. Persistent work of merchants who understood that profit came not from single transactions, but from maintaining reliable networks over lifetimes and across generations. The merchants and their networks, the caravans and caravanserais, the financial instruments and trust systems, all existed to move goods from where they were abundant to where they were scarce, from where they could be made cheaply to where they would command high prices. The specific goods that traveled the Silk Road tell us what people valued, what they were willing to pay for, what justified the enormous costs and risks of transcontinental transport. Each item has its own story, its own economics, its own journey from origin to final destination, accumulating value at each stage as it moved through the elaborate network of exchange. Silk was the name-bearer, the commodity so important that historians would eventually label the entire network of routes after it. The economics of silk began with production in China, where the technology had been refined over millennia. The process started with mulberry cultivation, planting orchards specifically to feed silkworms. A mature mulberry tree could produce enough leaves to feed perhaps 20,000 silkworms through their growth cycle, which lasted about a month from hatching to cocoon formation. The leaves had to be fresh, picked daily, because silkworms were particular eaters who would not accept wilted or dried leaves. The silkworms themselves required constant attention. They needed to be kept at stable temperatures, warm but not hot, protected from drafts and temperature fluctuations that could slow their development or kill them outright. They were sensitive to noise and to strong smells. Whole households might dedicate themselves to silkworm cultivation during the season, maintaining quiet, avoiding cooking foods with strong odors, checking the worms multiple times per day to ensure they were feeding properly and developing normally. This labor intensity was part of why silk was valuable, part of why it could not be produced casually as a sideline to other activities, but required dedicated effort. After a month of eating, during which each silkworm consumed roughly 20 times its own weight in mulberry leaves, the worm would stop eating and begin spinning its cocoon. The silk fiber came from specialized glands, emerging from the worm's spinneret as a liquid protein that hardened into a thread upon contact with air. Each worm would spin continuously for 2 or 3 days, creating a cocoon that might contain anywhere from 300 to 1,500 meters of continuous silk fiber. The quality of this fiber depended on the health of the worm, on the quality of the mulberry leaves it had eaten, on the conditions during spinning. The cocoons had to be harvested before the moth inside metamorphosed and emerged, because the emerging moth would break the silk thread, reducing its value significantly. Timing was crucial. The cocoons were collected and placed in hot water or exposed to steam, killing the pupa inside and loosening the sericin, a protein glue that held the cocoon together. Workers would then find the end of the silk thread and begin unwinding it, combining threads from multiple cocoons to create yarn of the desired thickness. This unwinding had to be done carefully, maintaining even tension so the thread would not break, adjusting the process as the diameter of the cocoon decreased toward the center, where the fiber was often coarser and less valuable. The silk yarn then went to weavers who would create finished fabric. The weaving technology varied from simple plain weaves to complex patterns that required skilled workers and specialized looms. Plain silk fabric was valuable, but patterned silk, especially elaborate damasks and brocades with multiple colors woven into intricate designs, commanded premium prices. A bolt of high-quality patterned silk might represent weeks of work by a skilled weaver, using yarn that came from thousands of cocoons that required months of preparation and care. The accumulated labor in a single bolt of fine silk was enormous, and this labor was reflected in the price. In Chang'an, during the Tang dynasty, in the 7th and 8th centuries, prices for silk varied based on quality and type. A bolt of plain white silk, roughly 40 centimeters wide and perhaps 12 meters long, might cost 3,000 to 5,000 copper coins. This was substantial money, enough to buy food for a family for several months. but not unattainable for a prosperous merchant or official. Patterned silk cost more, perhaps twice as much or more, depending on the complexity of the design and the reputation of the weaver. The very finest silk, imperial quality with elaborate patterns in multiple colors, might cost 10 times as much as plain silk, prices that only the very wealthy could afford. As silk moved westward, these prices multiplied. A merchant buying silk in Chang'an for 5,000 coins might sell it in Turpan for 6,000. Having traveled perhaps 1,500 kilometers over 6 weeks. The markup covered the cost of the journey, the risk of loss, the merchant's time and effort, and provided profit. The merchant in Turpan who bought that silk might carry it or sell it to another merchant who would carry it to Kashgar, where the price might reach 7,000 coins or more. From Kashgar to Samarkand, from Samarkand to Merv, from Merv through Parthian territories to Syrian ports, at each stage the price increased. By the time silk reached Roman markets, the price might be 20 to 30 times the original Chang'an price, perhaps more for the finest qualities. Roman writers record silk prices that seem almost incredible. Pliny the Elder mentions silk being sold for its weight in gold, though this may have been rhetorical exaggeration or may have applied only to the very finest varieties. More reliable records suggest that a pound of silk, roughly 328 grams, might cost in the range of 100 to 300 denarii in Rome during the 1st and 2nd centuries. A denarius represented a day's wage for a skilled worker. So a pound of silk cost 3 to 10 months' wages, making it a luxury available only to the quite wealthy. This extreme markup reflected the accumulated costs of transcontinental transport, but it also reflected scarcity. The supply of silk reaching Roman markets was limited by the capacity of the trade routes, by the number of caravans making the journey, by the various disruptions and inefficiencies of the system. And demand was high. Roman elite culture valued silk as a marker of status, as a display of wealth. Senators and wealthy merchants bought silk not just because it was beautiful, but because wearing it announced that they could afford something so expensive, something that had traveled 8,000 kilometers to reach them. The Chinese government occasionally attempted to restrict silk exports, viewing silk as a strategic resource, a source of Chinese soft power, something that should be available to foreigners only under controlled conditions. But these restrictions were difficult to enforce. Merchants found ways around them, bribing officials, smuggling silk through less watched routes, using various pretexts to move silk legally, and then diverting it to foreign trade. The economic incentives were simply too strong. The price differential between China and Western markets was so large that merchants would take substantial risks to capture those profits. Spices were another category of goods that justified long-distance transport through favorable value-to-weight ratios. Black pepper, native to southern India, and particularly to the Malabar coast, was perhaps the most important spice in ancient trade. Pepper had been known in the Mediterranean since at least Roman times, and probably earlier. Valued both for its flavor and for supposed medicinal properties. Roman cookbooks from the 1st century include pepper in a large proportion of recipes, suggesting it had become a standard ingredient in wealthy households, not just an exotic luxury. The economics of pepper trade were different from silk, but equally compelling. Pepper grew wild in the forests of southern India, and cultivation had spread to plantations where pepper vines were grown on support trees in managed groves. The harvest came once per year. Workers would pick the small green berries from the vines, then dry them in the sun until they shriveled and turned black. This dried pepper could be stored for years without spoiling, which made it ideal for long-distance trade. A merchant could buy pepper during the harvest season when supply was abundant and prices low, store it, and then sell gradually as opportunity arose. A kilogram of pepper in southern India might cost relatively little during harvest season, perhaps equivalent to a few days' wages for a common laborer. But that same kilogram, transported to Rome, might sell for 50 to 100 times that price. The profit margins were enormous, but so were the costs and risks. Pepper had to be transported from southern India to ports on the western coast, loaded onto ships for the voyage across the Arabian Sea or through the Persian Gulf, carried overland through Arabia or Parthian territory, and finally shipped again across the Mediterranean to Roman ports. At each stage, merchants took their markup, officials collected their fees, various intermediaries provided services and took payment for them. Roman demand for pepper was substantial. Pliny complained about it, along with silk, seeing both as examples of Roman decadence and wasteful expenditure. But the demand continued, driven by elite tastes and by the preservative and flavoring properties that pepper provided in an era before refrigeration. Pepper helped make stored meat more palatable, helped disguise flavors that might have begun to turn, added variety to a diet that might otherwise become monotonous. These practical benefits, combined with the status value of serving highly spiced food to guests, maintained demand even at the high prices Roman markets required. Other spices followed similar economic patterns. Cinnamon came from Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, and also from southern China and Southeast Asia, though the various types differed in quality and price. Cinnamon was the dried inner bark of certain trees, harvested by carefully peeling the bark, allowing it to dry, and then scraping away the rough outer layers to leave thin, curled strips of aromatic bark. Cassia, a related spice, came from southern China and was similar to cinnamon, but considered slightly inferior in the Roman market, which meant it sold for somewhat less. Cloves came from the Maluku Islands in eastern Indonesia, one of the most remote sources for any trade good. Cloves were the dried flower buds of the clove tree, harvested just before the flowers opened, then dried until hard. The journey from the Maluku Islands to Roman markets was extraordinarily complex, involving sea routes through Southeast Asia, connections to Indian Ocean trade networks, and then either the overland Silk Road routes or the Red Sea route to Mediterranean ports. The multiple stages of transport and exchange meant cloves were among the most expensive spices. But demand existed because no substitute provided the same distinctive flavor, and because, like pepper and other spices, cloves were believed to have medicinal properties. Precious stones moved along the Silk Road in small quantities but high values. Lapis lazuli, that deep blue stone valued since ancient times, continued to move from Afghan mines to markets across Eurasia. A fine piece of lapis lazuli, large enough to carve into a seal or pendant, might be worth several months' wages in most markets, more in markets far from the source. The value of lapis lazuli was in its color, that particular intense blue that could not be duplicated by any other easily available stone, and in its relative rarity. The best lapis came from only a few mines, primarily in the Badakhshan region of Afghanistan, and the supply was limited by the difficulty of mining in remote, high-altitude locations. Jade was particularly valued in Chinese markets, more so than in Western markets. The finest jade came from Khotan and other locations in the Kunlun Mountains, south of the Tarim Basin. Nephrite jade, the variety most valued in China, came in various colors, from white to deep green, with different colors and qualities commanding different prices. A piece of high-quality jade might cost as much as fine silk, and jade carving was a refined art, with skilled carvers able to turn raw stone into objects of remarkable beauty and complexity. The demand for jade in China was cultural and aesthetic, jade being valued for its luster, its texture, its associations with virtue and immortality in Chinese philosophy. Pearls moved in various directions, depending on the source. The Persian Gulf was famous for pearls, harvested by divers who worked the pearl banks, freediving to depths of 10 or 15 meters to collect oysters that might contain pearls. The work was dangerous and exhausting, and the yield was uncertain, many oysters producing no pearls at all, or only small, misshapen ones of little value. A perfect pearl, large and spherical, with good luster, was correspondingly valuable. Such pearls moved both eastward to Chinese markets and westward to Roman markets, commanding high prices everywhere. Glass was one of the few categories of goods that moved primarily from west to east. Roman glassmaking had reached high levels of sophistication by the 1st century, producing clear glass and colored glass, blown glass vessels of various forms, glass beads and ornaments. In Chinese markets, Roman glass was exotic and valuable, appreciated for its transparency and for the technical skill its production required. Chinese craftsmen could make glass, but Roman glass was generally considered superior in quality, which meant imported Roman glass commanded premium prices. A fine Roman glass bowl might cost in Chang'an several times what it cost in Rome, the opposite of the silk price differential, but following the same economic logic of scarcity and demand. Horses were a special category of trade, good, valuable, and mobile, able to walk to their destination rather than being carried. Chinese demand for horses was partly military, cavalry being crucial to warfare against the nomadic peoples of the steppe, and partly cultural, horses being status symbols for the elite. The famous heavenly horses of Fergana, in the Fergana Valley, west of the Pamirs in modern Uzbekistan, were particularly prized. These horses were larger and stronger than typical Chinese breeds, reputedly able to carry armored cavalry into battle, and they became the object of intense Chinese interest. Emperor Wu of Han sent missions to Fergana in the 2nd century, before the Common Era, specifically to obtain these horses, missions that involved substantial military force when the Fergana authorities were reluctant to part with their best breeding stock. The horses that were eventually obtained were extraordinarily expensive, not just in the initial purchase price, but in the costs of transporting them across the deserts and mountains to China, feeding them, protecting them from theft or injury during the journey. A fine Fergana horse in Chang'an might cost as much as several bolts of high-quality silk, prices that only the imperial court and the very wealthiest nobility could afford. Paper, invented in China, began moving westward along the Silk Road during the Tang dynasty. The production technology was simpler than silk, but still required knowledge and skill. Plant fibers, often from mulberry bark or bamboo or old rags, were soaked and beaten into a pulp, then spread thinly on a screen and allowed to dry into sheets. The resulting paper was lighter and more convenient than the bamboo or wood slips that had been used for writing in earlier periods, and it was cheaper than silk, which had also been used for important documents. Paper made writing and record-keeping more practical, which had economic implications for trade, for government administration, for the dissemination of information. As paper technology spread westward, the economic effects rippled through societies. Merchants could keep better records. Contracts and letters became more common. Knowledge became easier to preserve and transmit. The Sogdian letters that have survived, written on paper and preserved by the dry climate of Central Asia, are evidence of how paper enabled the commercial networks that made Silk Road trade function. Without paper, the complex accounting, the contracts, the letters of credit and commercial correspondence that underpinned long-distance trade would have been far more difficult and expensive. Precious metals moved in both directions along the Silk Road, though the net flow was probably westward to eastward. Roman gold and silver flowing toward China and India. Gold and silver were valued everywhere, which made them universal media of exchange, acceptable in markets regardless of local currency. A merchant with gold or silver could purchase goods anywhere, could convert between different currency systems by treating precious metals as bullion rather than as coined money. This universality made precious metals ideal for long-distance trade, better than any specific currency that might be unknown or untrusted in distant markets. The cumulative effect of these price differentials, these markups that accumulated as goods moved through multiple exchanges, was significant wealth transfer from importing regions to exporting regions and to the intermediaries who controlled the trade routes. Rome, as the ultimate consumer of many Eastern goods, was effectively exporting monetary metals in exchange for consumable luxuries. This drained the Roman money supply over time, though the effect was gradual and was offset partly by new mining and partly by metals flowing back through other trade channels. China gained gold and silver, but lost silk and other manufactured goods. The economic impact was complex. The silk industry employed many people, provided livelihoods, generated tax revenue for the state, but the raw materials for silk production, mulberry trees and silkworms, were renewable and relatively cheap. So China was trading labor and renewable resources for a store of value, a trade that could be sustained as long as the labor was available and the foreign demand continued. The social organization that made this trade possible, the merchants and artisans and farmers who collectively produced and moved the silk, benefited through employment and income, even if the overall trade balance might not have been favorable in pure monetary terms. The intermediary regions, particularly Central Asia, where the Sogdian merchants operated, gained from the markup they added and from the services they provided. This trade income supported cities in regions that might not otherwise have had resources for substantial urbanization. Samarkand and Bukhara, sitting in fertile valleys, but far from the great river systems and agricultural heartlands, that supported cities like Chang'an or Rome, grew wealthy from their position on trade routes, from the fees and profits their merchants collected, from the economic activity that caravans brought as they passed through. The variety of goods moving along the Silk Road meant that different merchants could specialize in different commodities. Some focused on silk, developing expertise in judging quality, in knowing which varieties and patterns were most demanded in different markets. Others specialized in spices, learning the sources, the grades, the proper storage and handling. Some dealt in precious stones or metals, becoming expert appraisers who could judge value with a glance. This specialization created efficiency, merchants developing deep knowledge in their chosen commodities, able to make better decisions about what to buy and where to sell than generalists could manage. But specialization also created interdependence. A merchant specializing in silk needed other merchants who dealt in spices or metalwork or horses to provide variety in the goods moving through his hands, to offer his customers a range of products, to allow him to adjust his inventory based on market conditions. These trading networks, built on repeated interactions and trust, allowed merchants to coordinate their activities, to share information about opportunities and risks, to collectively manage the enormous complexity of transcontinental commerce. The goods themselves were only part of what moved along the Silk Road. Technologies traveled as well, often embodied in the goods. Paper-making technology reached the Middle East by the 8th century, spreading from China through Central Asia. Glass-making techniques moved eastward, though more slowly. Chinese craftsmen learning from examining imported Roman glass and gradually developing their own methods. Agricultural products like grapes and alfalfa and various vegetables moved eastward into China from Central Asia and beyond, enriching Chinese agriculture and diet. These transfers happened gradually, not through organized technology transfer programs, but through observation, through artisans traveling with caravans, through the natural human tendency to try to replicate impressive things one has seen. The economic value of the Silk Road, then, was not just in the goods themselves, but in the connections it created, the information it transmitted, the technologies it spread, the cultural exchanges it facilitated. A merchant carrying silk was also carrying knowledge, stories, ideas. The accumulation of these intangible flows over centuries had effects that extended far beyond the immediate economics of trade. Effects that would shape the development of civilizations across Eurasia in ways that no one could have predicted or planned. The goods were the visible manifestation of deeper currents of connection, patient exchanges that accumulated over lifetimes and generations into something transformative. Though transformation came so slowly that no one living through it would have noticed, would have seen anything but the ordinary business of commerce, the careful accumulation of profit, the patient movement of goods from place to place, one caravan at a time. The goods moved, the merchants traveled, the networks functioned. But all of this existed within frameworks established by states, by empires that could facilitate trade or disrupt it, that could provide stable conditions for commerce or create chaos that made trade impossible. The greatest period of Silk Road prosperity came during centuries when powerful, well-organized states controlled the endpoints and significant portions of the routes between them. When those states understood that trade enriched their territories and their treasuries, when they invested in the infrastructure and stability that long-distance commerce required. The Tang dynasty in China, ruling from 618 to 907, created conditions for trade that were perhaps the most favorable in all of Silk Road history. A golden age of commerce when Chang'an became the largest and most cosmopolitan city in the world. When foreign merchants settled in Chinese cities in substantial numbers, when innovations in finance and administration supported trade on an unprecedented scale. The Tang dynasty emerged from a period of disunity that had followed the collapse of the Han dynasty in 220. For nearly 4 centuries, China had been divided among competing kingdoms, had endured invasions from the north, had seen dynasties rise and fall with bewildering speed. The Sui dynasty briefly reunified China in 589, but lasted only until 618, when it was overthrown by Li Yuan, who established the Tang dynasty with himself as Emperor Gaozu. His son, who would become Emperor Taizong, consolidated power and began the policies that would make the Tang dynasty one of the most successful in Chinese history. Taizong, ruling from 626 to 649, understood the economic and strategic value of the Western territories and trade routes. He campaigned against the Eastern Turks, nomadic peoples who controlled much of the steppe north of China, and who had extracted tribute from previous dynasties. By 630, he had defeated them decisively, bringing their territories under Chinese control or influence. This secured the trade routes through the Gansu corridor and into the Tarim Basin, making it safer for caravans to travel between China proper and Central Asia. Security was essential for trade. Merchants would not risk valuable cargoes on routes where banditry was rampant or where political instability made passage uncertain. Chang'an, the Tang capital, was laid out in a perfect grid, walls enclosing an area of roughly 84 square kilometers. The population at the dynasty's peak in the 8th century may have reached 1 million or more, making it by far the largest city in the world at that time. The city was organized into wards, rectangular blocks surrounded by walls with gates that could be closed at night. Different wards housed different social classes and professions. There were wards for officials, wards for merchants, wards for artisans. Foreign merchants, including substantial communities of Sogdians, Persians, Arabs, and others, lived in their own wards where they could maintain their languages, religions, and customs, while engaging in commerce with Chinese partners. The cosmopolitan character of Tang Chang'an was remarkable for its time and place. A person walking through the city's markets might hear a dozen languages, might see Buddhist monks from India, Zoroastrian priests from Persia, Nestorian Christians from Central Asia, Muslim merchants from Arabia. This diversity was not accidental, but was the result of deliberate Tang policies that welcomed foreign merchants, that protected their rights, that allowed them to practice their religions and maintain their communities. The Tang understood that this openness attracted trade, that foreign merchants brought valuable goods and skills, that commercial prosperity enriched the state through customs duties and taxes. The Tang government established markets in Chang'an and other major cities, designated areas where commerce was regulated and supervised. The 2 main markets in Chang'an, the East Market and the West Market, were enormous, each occupying roughly 1 square kilometer, divided into sections for different types of goods and services. The West Market, closer to the foreign merchant quarters, became particularly associated with international trade. A place where silk and spices and precious goods from across Eurasia could be bought and sold. The markets operated on fixed schedules, opening at a designated hour, announced by the beating of drums, closing in the same way. The regulation was strict, but provided order and security that merchants valued. Prices in these markets were subject to some government oversight, particularly for staple goods like grain, where the state wanted to prevent hoarding and price manipulation that might cause social unrest. But luxury goods, including imports from the Silk Road trade, were generally left to find their own prices based on supply and demand. A bolt of high-quality Central Asian or Persian textile might sell for prices comparable to Chinese silk, reflecting the demand for variety and the exotic appeal of foreign goods. Roman glassware commanded premium prices. Precious stones from various sources were carefully evaluated and priced according to size, color, and clarity. The Tang dynasty introduced a financial innovation that was revolutionary in its implications for long-distance trade. This was fei qian, literally flying money, a system of financial instruments that allowed merchants to deposit money in one location and withdraw equivalent value in another location without physically transporting coins or bullion. The system developed initially to serve government needs, allowing provincial officials to remit tax revenues to the capital without the expense and risk of shipping thousands of pounds of coins across hundreds of miles. But the system expanded to serve private merchants as well. A merchant in Chang'an, who needed to purchase goods in a distant city, could deposit funds with a designated institution, perhaps a government office or an approved banking house, and receive a certificate stating the amount deposited. When the merchant reached the distant city, he could present the certificate to an associated institution and receive payment in local currency. This required a network of trust between institutions, careful record-keeping to prevent fraud, and methods for reconciling accounts between distant locations. The Tang government facilitated this by designating certain institutions as authorized participants in the system and by severely punishing fraud or mishandling of funds. The economic benefits of flying money were substantial. Merchants no longer needed to carry large quantities of coins, which reduced the risk of theft and the cost of security during travel. The weight of coins was no longer a constraint on the size of transactions a merchant could conduct. Capital could move as fast as a courier could carry a piece of paper. Much faster than coins could be physically transported. This increased the velocity of money, allowing the same capital to support more transactions in a given period, which meant economic activity could expand even without an increase in the actual money supply. The fei qian system was not yet true paper money, in the sense of notes that circulated as currency. The certificates were specific to particular transactions, were not transferable from person to person in the way that modern banknotes are. But they represented a crucial step toward such systems. A recognition that money could be represented by written instruments rather than only by physical metal, that trust and record-keeping could substitute for the actual presence of silver or gold. Later dynasties would develop this further, eventually creating true paper currency. But the Tang dynasty laid the groundwork for these developments. Currency standardization under the Tang facilitated commerce across the vast empire. The standard copper coin, similar to the Han Wuzhu, but with variations in weight and inscription, circulated throughout Chinese territory. The government maintained mints that produced these coins in enormous quantities, millions per year, ensuring adequate money supply for the growing economy. The coins were made of copper, alloyed with small amounts of lead and tin, struck from molds rather than from dies, which allowed for high-volume production. Quality control was reasonably good, with coins maintaining consistent weight and metal content, which promoted trust and acceptance. The Tang dynasty also used silk as a form of currency for large transactions, particularly in dealings with foreign traders and nomadic peoples. A bolt of silk had standardized dimensions and could be valued consistently, making it suitable for use as money. Official salaries were sometimes paid partly in silk. Taxes could be paid in silk in regions where silk production was substantial. This dual currency system, copper coins for everyday transactions and silk for larger ones, worked smoothly because both forms of money were widely accepted and had relatively stable values. The government's role in facilitating trade extended to infrastructure investment. The Tang maintained a network of post stations along major routes, stations that provided fresh horses for official couriers and that also served as rest stops for merchant caravans. These stations were spaced at intervals of roughly 30 to 50 kilometers, a day's journey, creating a reliable framework for travel across the empire. The government also invested in road maintenance, in bridge construction, in ensuring that mountain passes remained passable and that river crossings had adequate ferries or bridges. The government collected customs duties on goods entering and leaving Chinese territory. But the rates were generally moderate, designed to generate revenue without discouraging trade. A merchant importing goods might pay duties of perhaps 2 to 5% of the goods' value, varying by commodity and by period. These duties generated substantial revenue for the state, revenue that helped pay for the military forces that secured the trade routes, for the administrative apparatus that regulated commerce, for the infrastructure that supported travel and trade. The system was roughly self-sustaining, trade generating revenue that funded the conditions that made trade possible. Foreign policy under the Tang had important economic dimensions. The dynasty maintained relations with states across Central Asia, relations that mixed diplomacy and trade. Official embassies carried gifts that were really trade goods, luxury items that demonstrated Chinese wealth and sophistication while opening channels for commercial exchange. The tribute system, where foreign rulers sent missions to the Tang court, bearing gifts and receiving gifts in return, was partly diplomatic theater, but also partly trade conducted under the guise of interstate relations. The gifts, going each direction, were carefully chosen for their economic value, and both sides understood that these exchanges benefited their merchants and enriched their treasuries. The Tang relationship with the Sogdian merchant communities was particularly important. Sogdian merchants settled in Chinese cities in large numbers during the Tang period, bringing their commercial networks, their linguistic skills, their knowledge of distant markets. The Tang government generally protected these communities, recognizing their value to the economy. Sogdian merchants paid taxes like Chinese merchants, were subject to Chinese law, but were allowed to maintain their cultural identity, their religions, their internal community organization. This tolerance was economically motivated, but also reflected a genuine cosmopolitanism in Tang culture, an appreciation for diversity that extended beyond mere commercial calculation. Buddhist monasteries played significant roles in the Tang economy, including in supporting trade. Monasteries often had wealth from landholdings and donations, wealth that could be lent at interest to merchants needing capital. The interest income supported the monastery and its religious activities. Monasteries also served as repositories for valuable documents and goods, providing secure storage that merchants valued. The religious authority of monasteries provided a form of neutral ground where merchants from different backgrounds could meet and conduct business, where contracts could be witnessed and disputes arbitrated. The Tang government collected taxes on commercial activity through various mechanisms. There were taxes on market stalls, fees for conducting business in official markets, customs duties on goods crossing borders, taxes on certain types of transactions. The tax burden was significant, but not crushing. A successful merchant might pay 10 to 15% of his revenue in various taxes and fees, leaving enough margin for operating costs and profit to make commerce worthwhile. The government understood that taxes set too high would simply drive trade to unofficial channels or to other regions, reducing total tax revenue. The Tang legal code included detailed provisions regulating commerce, establishing standards for weights and measures, defining what constituted fraud, specifying penalties for commercial crimes. Weights and measures were standardized across the empire, with government offices maintaining standard weights and measures that merchants could use to calibrate their own scales and measuring devices. This standardization reduced disputes, made trade more efficient, allowed for price comparisons across different markets. A merchant selling cloth knew that the measure he used in one city would be the same as in another city, which reduced transaction costs and promoted trust. The stability of the Tang dynasty through much of the 7th and 8th centuries created economic conditions that favored long-distance trade. Stability meant merchants could plan for the future with some confidence, could invest in caravans and inventories, knowing that conditions would not suddenly change in ways that made their investments worthless. Stability meant contracts would be enforced, that commercial disputes would be resolved through legal processes rather than through violence, that property rights would be protected. These institutional factors were as important as physical infrastructure in supporting trade. Perhaps more important. The Anlushan Rebellion, beginning in 755, disrupted this stability without entirely destroying it. The rebellion, led by a general of Sogdian and Turkic ancestry, began as a military uprising, but evolved into a civil war that lasted nearly a decade. The fighting was devastating in many regions, particularly in the north and west, where much of the conflict occurred. Trade routes were disrupted, caravans were caught in war zones, merchants lost cargoes to looting armies. The economic impact was severe, trade volumes declining, many foreign merchants leaving Chang'an and other Chinese cities, returning to Central Asia, or simply abandoning long-distance trade for safer local commerce. But the Tang dynasty survived, though weakened, and trade eventually recovered, though never quite reaching the heights of the pre-rebellion period. The rebellion revealed the economic vulnerabilities of the Silk Road system, how dependent trade was on political stability, how quickly prosperity could evaporate when conditions deteriorated. But it also revealed resilience. Even during the worst years of fighting, some trade continued. Merchants found alternate routes, adjusted to new conditions, waited for opportunities to resume normal operations. The economic incentives for trade were strong enough that commerce persisted even through very difficult circumstances. The later Tang period, after the rebellion, saw continued trade, but under changed conditions. The dynasty's control over Western territories weakened. The Tibetan Empire expanded into areas that had been under Chinese influence, disrupting some trade routes. The central government's authority declined, with provincial governors becoming increasingly autonomous. These changes made trade more difficult, more risky, more expensive. But the routes did not close. The Sogdian networks continued functioning. Goods still moved from China to Central Asia and beyond, though in reduced volumes. The Tang dynasty finally collapsed in 907, fragmenting into competing kingdoms in a period called the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. This fragmentation disrupted trade again, though not as severely as might be expected. The successor states generally recognized the value of trade and maintained at least some of the infrastructure and policies that supported commerce. The Song dynasty, which eventually reunified much of China in 960, continued and in some ways expanded the Tang commercial policies, though Song control over Western territories was weaker than the Tang had exercised at its height. The legacy of the Tang dynasty for Silk Road trade was profound. The period demonstrated that strong, well-administered states could create conditions for trade to flourish on an unprecedented scale. The financial innovations of the Tang, particularly the flying money system, showed that sophisticated banking instruments could facilitate trade across vast distances. The cosmopolitanism of Tang cities, the acceptance of foreign merchants and foreign religions, created models for how diverse peoples could interact commercially to mutual benefit. These lessons were not forgotten. Later dynasties in China and states in other regions would draw on Tang precedents, would try to recreate the conditions that had made Tang prosperity possible. As you imagine Chang'an in its glory, picture the morning drumbeat that opened the markets. The merchants from a dozen nations setting out their goods, silk and spices and metalwork and ceramics, the negotiations in multiple languages, the careful weighing and measuring, the exchange of coins and silk bolts, the recording of transactions in account books kept in various scripts. Picture the Sogdian merchant writing a letter home to Samarkand, reporting on prices and opportunities, sending regards to family members, conducting business across 4,000 kilometers through words on paper. Picture the government official at a customs post, carefully noting goods entering the empire, calculating duties owed, collecting payments that would flow into the imperial treasury. Picture the Buddhist monk in a monastery, reviewing loan agreements with merchants, calculating interest owed, ensuring that the monastery's resources were being used wisely to support both religious activities and commercial needs. All of these scenes repeated daily across decades and centuries, were the Tang dynasty's contribution to the Silk Road, the patient accumulation of commercial activity within frameworks that made trade possible, profitable, and persistent through the inevitable changes and disruptions that time would bring. The stability that the Tang dynasty provided, the frameworks that made trade flourish, these could be disrupted or strengthened by political changes, by the rise and fall of empires, by wars and conquests that redrew maps and shifted power. Through most of Silk Road history, the routes passed through territories controlled by multiple states, each extracting its fees, each maintaining or threatening security within its borders. The fragmentation creating costs and complications that traders managed as best they could. But for one extraordinary period in the 13th and 14th centuries, something unprecedented happened. A single political authority came to control nearly the entire length of the overland routes, from the Pacific to the borders of Europe, creating conditions for direct trade that had never existed before and would never exist again. This was the era of the Mongol Empire, when Genghis Khan and his successors conquered the largest contiguous land empire in history, and when that conquest, paradoxically, made trade easier and more profitable than it had been in centuries. The Mongols emerged from the steppes north of China in the late 12th and early 13th centuries, a confederation of nomadic tribes united by Genghis Khan, a leader of extraordinary military and organizational ability. Genghis Khan, born as Temujin around 1162, had by 1206 unified the Mongol tribes and been proclaimed Khan, ruler of all the Mongols. What followed was a series of conquests that would, over the next several decades, bring vast territories under Mongol control. Northern China fell to the Mongols by 1234. Central Asia was conquered in a campaign from 1219 to 1225. Persia and much of the Middle East came under Mongol rule in the 1250s. By 1279, the Mongols had completed the conquest of southern China, establishing the Yuan dynasty that would rule all of China until 1368. The scale of these conquests is difficult to grasp. At its height, in the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire stretched from Korea and China in the east to Poland and Hungary in the west, from Siberia in the north to Burma and Persia in the south. This was roughly 24 million square kilometers, an area larger than Africa, containing perhaps 100 million people, roughly a quarter of the world's population at that time. No empire before or since has controlled such a large continuous territory. The Roman Empire at its height was perhaps 5 million square kilometers. The British Empire would eventually control more territory, but scattered across continents, not continuous. Only the Mongol Empire achieved this particular geographic dominance. The economic implications of this unified space were profound. For the first time since, perhaps, the height of the Tang dynasty, and on a much larger scale, trade routes crossed territories under a single political authority. A merchant, traveling from China to the Mediterranean, did not need to navigate a patchwork of independent states, did not need to negotiate with multiple authorities, did not face customs barriers every few hundred kilometers. The reduction in transaction costs was enormous. The time required for trade could shrink because merchants no longer needed to stop and negotiate at every border, no longer needed to wait while goods were inspected and fees calculated by officials of different states. Genghis Khan and his successors understood the economic value of trade, understood it perhaps better than many more settled civilizations had. The Mongol economy, based in the steppe, did not produce many luxury goods or manufactured items. The nomadic lifestyle was incompatible with the settled agriculture and urban craft production that created most trade goods. So Mongols obtained these goods through trade or through tribute from conquered peoples. A Mongol elite that wanted silk clothing, fine metalwork, spices, all the luxuries that marked status and wealth, depended on trade to obtain them. This dependence created incentives to protect and facilitate trade, to ensure that goods flowed to Mongol territories and that Mongol rulers could profit from the transit of goods through their domains. The yasak, the legal code promulgated by Genghis Khan around 1206 and expanded by subsequent rulers, included specific protections for merchants. Merchants traveling through Mongol territory were under the Khan's protection. Attacking or robbing merchants was punishable by death, and these laws were enforced with considerable severity. Local populations who harbored bandits or who failed to maintain security on roads in their territories could face collective punishment. This harsh enforcement created conditions of remarkable safety for a medieval trade network. Multiple contemporary accounts describe caravans traveling for weeks without guards, secure in the knowledge that the Mongol peace, the Pax Mongolica, protected them. The paisa system was a Mongol innovation that functioned as both passport and credit instrument. A paisa was a tablet, usually made of metal, sometimes of wood for less important purposes, inscribed with text in one or more languages and bearing the Khan's seal. Different types of paisas conveyed different levels of authority. A gold paisa might be issued to an important official or ambassador. A silver paisa served for less senior officials. Bronze or iron paisas were more common, issued to merchants and others who needed to travel through the empire. A merchant bearing a paisa was entitled to use the yam system, the Mongol postal relay network. The yam consisted of stations spaced at roughly 40-kilometer intervals across the empire, each station maintaining horses, food, and accommodations for travelers on official business. A messenger with an appropriate paisa could exchange his tired horse for a fresh one at each station, allowing for rapid travel. Messages could travel from one end of the empire to the other in a matter of weeks rather than months. Merchants with paisas could use these facilities, not quite as freely as official couriers, but still with substantial advantages over traveling independently. The paisa also served as a credit instrument. A merchant arriving at a yam station or at a town along the route could present his paisa and receive food, lodging, supplies, even horses if needed, all charged to the account associated with the paisa. The local authorities would record the expenses, and eventually these accounts would be settled, either through direct payment or through offsetting credits, when the merchant or his associates provided goods or services to Mongol officials. This system allowed merchants to travel with minimal cash, reducing both the weight they carried and the risk of theft. The economic efficiency of the yam system was remarkable. The stations were maintained at imperial expense, a significant investment in infrastructure that the Mongol state judged worthwhile for the benefits it provided in communications, intelligence, and trade facilitation. The system allowed the empire to function despite its enormous size, allowed orders from the Khan to reach distant provinces in days or weeks, allowed provincial officials to report to the center with similar speed. This rapid communication was unprecedented in the pre-modern world and gave the Mongol Empire administrative capabilities that no previous large state had achieved. For merchants, the advantages extended beyond just transportation and security. The Mongol Empire established a degree of legal standardization across its territories. Commercial disputes could be adjudicated according to consistent principles rather than varying local customs. Contracts signed in one part of the empire were recognized in other parts. Weights and measures were standardized, or at least the Mongol authorities worked towards standardization, reducing the transaction costs associated with constant conversion between different measurement systems. Currency within Mongol territories was more complex. The Mongols themselves did not produce coinage in the early period, but they recognized and protected the currencies of the peoples they conquered. Chinese coins continued circulating in China, Persian silver in Persia, Russian silver in Russia. The Mongols collected taxes in whatever local currency was standard, converting between currencies through market exchanges when necessary. Later, particularly during the Yuan dynasty in China, the Mongols experimented with paper currency, attempting to create a unified money system for their domains. These experiments had mixed success, sometimes working well when backed by adequate reserves and careful management, sometimes collapsing into inflation when the government printed too much currency without maintaining value through metal reserves or through controlling the money supply. The Yuan dynasty under Kublai Khan, who ruled from 1260 to 1294, made the most ambitious attempts at paper currency. The Chow, paper notes issued by the government, were declared legal tender for all transactions. The government attempted to control the money supply by retiring worn currency, by limiting new issues, by maintaining partial backing in silver. For a time, the system functioned reasonably well. Merchants accepted Chow, used them in trade, converted between cow and metal coins as needed. But the temptations of the printing press, the ability to create money simply by printing more notes, eventually led to overissue. By the mid-14th century, inflation had badly eroded the value of paper currency, contributing to the economic problems that would help bring down the Yuan dynasty. But in the earlier period, the 13th century particularly, economic conditions under Mongol rule were relatively favorable for trade. The security, the standardization, the infrastructure, all combined to reduce the costs of long-distance commerce. A merchant could plan a journey from Beijing to Samarkand or from Samarkand to Tabriz with reasonable confidence that the journey could be completed safely, that goods would not be confiscated by arbitrary local officials, that contracts and commercial agreements would be enforced by authorities who recognized their value to the overall economy. Marco Polo's journey, beginning in 1271, when he set out from Venice with his father and uncle, was enabled by these Mongol conditions. The Polos traveled overland across Asia, reached the court of Kublai Khan in 1275, and spent nearly 20 years in China, with Marco serving in various capacities for the Khan. The journey was remarkable, but not unique. Numerous European merchants and missionaries traveled to China during this period, taking advantage of the Mongol peace. Their accounts describe the routes, the conditions, the trade opportunities, providing invaluable information about how the Silk Road functioned under Mongol rule. Marco Polo's descriptions of Chinese commerce reveal an economy of considerable sophistication. He describes the paper currency system, marveling at how the Chinese used printed notes rather than metal coins for major transactions. He describes the postal system, the yam stations where fresh horses were always available. He describes the markets of Chinese cities, the varieties of goods available, the wealth of the merchants, the organization of craft guilds. His account, Il Milione, became famous in Europe, though many contemporaries doubted his stories, finding them too extraordinary to be true. But modern scholarship confirms most of his descriptions, recognizing the account as a valuable source for economic and social history. The direct trade that Mongol unity enabled reduced some traditional profit margins. Sogdian merchants and other Central Asian middlemen had profited from their position between Eastern and Western markets, from their role in facilitating trade between regions that had no direct contact. When European merchants could travel to China themselves, when Chinese goods could be purchased directly rather than through multiple intermediaries, the middlemen's position was threatened. This did not eliminate their role entirely. Their local knowledge and established relationships remained valuable, but it did create pressure on their profit margins. Increased competition from merchants who could now conduct transcontinental trade directly. The volume of trade increased substantially under Mongol rule, compensating for reduced per-transaction profits through increased transaction numbers. More goods moved between East and West during the Mongol period than in any comparable period of Silk Road history. Archaeological evidence shows Chinese ceramics in Middle Eastern and even European contexts from the 13th and 14th centuries in unprecedented quantities. Persian textiles and metalwork appear in Chinese archaeological sites. The material evidence confirms what the written sources suggest. Trade flourished during the Mongol peace, flourished in ways and at scales that had not been possible under the fragmented political conditions that preceded Mongol conquest. But the Mongol Empire, vast and powerful as it was, could not maintain unity indefinitely. The empire began fragmenting even during the lifetimes of Genghis Khan's grandchildren, dividing into 4 main khanates: the Yuan dynasty in China and Mongolia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Middle East, and the Golden Horde in Russia and the Western Steppe. These khanates remained loosely affiliated, recognized a nominal supremacy of the Great Khan in China, but functionally operated as independent states. Conflicts between the khanates were not uncommon, particularly between the Yuan dynasty and the Chagatai Khanate, and between the Ilkhanate and the Golden Horde. These conflicts disrupted trade, but did not destroy it. The khanates still shared Mongol traditions, still valued trade, still maintained many of the institutions that facilitated commerce, but the transaction costs that had been reduced under unified rule began creeping back. Merchants crossing from one khanate to another faced new customs posts, new officials to negotiate with, new fees to pay. The seamless travel across the entire empire was no longer possible, though travel remained easier than it had been before the Mongol conquests. The Yuan dynasty in China collapsed in 1368, overthrown by the Ming dynasty, a native Chinese dynasty that expelled Mongol rule. The Ming initially pursued more isolationist policies, less open to foreign trade than the Yuan had been. The famous maritime expeditions of Zheng He in the early 15th century, between 1405 and 1433, represented a brief reversal of this trend. But after these expeditions ended, Ming China became increasingly inward-looking, restricting foreign trade, reducing official engagement with the Silk Road commerce. The Ilkhanate in Persia collapsed in the 1350s, fragmenting into smaller states. The Chagatai Khanate similarly fragmented. The Golden Horde continued longer, but also weakened, losing territories to emerging Russian principalities. By the early 15th century, the unified Mongol Empire was a memory, its territories divided among numerous successor states, many of them in conflict with each other. The political fragmentation that had characterized the Silk Road before the Mongol conquests returned, bringing with it the increased transaction costs, the reduced security, the multiplied customs barriers that made long-distance trade more difficult and expensive. Yet the Mongol period had demonstrated something important. It had shown that unified political control, when combined with policies that actively supported trade, could create conditions for commerce to flourish on transcontinental scales. It had shown that infrastructure investment in roads and postal systems, legal standardization, and consistent enforcement of merchant protections could dramatically reduce the costs of long-distance trade. These lessons were not forgotten. Subsequent states, even if they could not achieve Mongol scales of territorial control, could still apply Mongol principles within their own domains, could still create conditions favorable to trade, could still profit from facilitating commerce rather than merely extracting fees from it. The economic impact of the Mongol period extended beyond the immediate effects on trade volumes and costs. The direct contacts between distant civilizations, enabled by Mongol unity, facilitated exchanges of knowledge, technology, ideas. Chinese printing technology became better known in the Islamic world and eventually in Europe. Gunpowder weapons, originally developed in China, spread westward more rapidly during the Mongol period. Medical knowledge, astronomical observations, mathematical techniques, all moved along with trade goods, carried by travelers who could now move more freely across Eurasia than had been possible before or would be possible again for centuries. The Mongol period was also when plague spread along the trade routes with devastating efficiency. The Black Death, which reached Europe in 1346 and killed perhaps a third of the European population, probably originated in Central Asia and traveled westward along routes that Mongol control had made more active and connected. This was an unintended consequence of the very connectivity that made trade flourish. A reminder that not everything that moves along trade routes is beneficial, that the same networks that carry silk and spices can also carry disease. As the Mongol period faded into memory, as the unity they had imposed fragmented into the familiar pattern of competing states and divided territories, the Silk Road continued functioning, but under changed conditions. The direct trade that had been possible during the Mongol peace became difficult again. European merchants, having experienced the possibilities of direct access to Chinese markets, would eventually seek alternative routes, maritime routes that could bypass the overland paths and the multiple intermediaries that overland trade now required. These maritime developments would gradually shift the center of global trade away from the Silk Road. But that shift lay in the future. For now, in the 14th century, the overland routes remained active. Caravans still traveled between China and the Mediterranean. Merchants still profited from carrying goods across the breadth of Asia, adjusting to new conditions, finding new routes when old ones became dangerous, maintaining the persistent patterns of commerce that had endured through all the political changes of the previous 1,000 years, and would continue, though in gradually diminishing importance, for centuries more. The fragmentation of the Mongol Empire marked the beginning of a long transformation in how goods moved between East and West. A transformation measured not in years, but in centuries, not in sudden disruptions, but in gradual shifts of emphasis, routes slowly declining while others slowly rose, old patterns persisting, even as new patterns emerged. The overland Silk Road did not end with the collapse of Mongol unity. Caravans still crossed Central Asia. Merchants still carried silk and spices across deserts and mountains. Oasis cities still profited from the passage of trade. But the relative importance of these overland routes began to decline, while maritime routes, sea paths that had existed for millennia alongside the land routes, began to carry more of the transcontinental commerce, began to offer advantages that overland transport could not match. The maritime routes were ancient, as old as the overland paths. Indian ocean trade had connected the ports of India with those of Arabia and East Africa since at least the 3rd millennium before the Common Era. Chinese ships had sailed to Southeast Asia for centuries. Arab merchants had been regular visitors to Chinese ports since the Tang dynasty. But maritime trade had been supplementary to the great overland routes, less prestigious, often focused on different goods, serving different markets. The transformation that began in the 14th century and accelerated through the 15th and 16th would gradually reverse this relationship, making sea trade primary and overland trade increasingly marginal. The reasons for this shift were multiple and interconnected. A combination of political changes in Central Asia, technological developments in maritime navigation and shipbuilding, and the simple economics of transport costs. The political changes came first. After the Mongol Empire fragmented, Central Asia entered a period of instability. Various dynasties and rulers competed for control of the region. Timur, also known as Tamerlane, briefly revived something like the Mongol unity, conquering vast territories from his base in Samarkand between 1370 and 1405. Timur's campaigns restored trade routes, brought wealth back to Samarkand and other Central Asian cities, demonstrated that strong central authority could still make overland trade flourish. But Timur's empire, like the Mongol Empire before it, fragmented after his death. His successors, the Timurids, maintained control over reduced territories, patronized arts and learning, kept Samarkand prosperous for another century, but could not maintain the security and stability across all Central Asia that transcontinental trade required. Routes became more dangerous. Caravans needed larger guards, which increased costs. The various states that controlled different sections of the routes increased their customs duties, each trying to extract maximum revenue from the declining trade volumes, which further increased costs and made trade less attractive. The Ottoman Empire, emerging as a major power in the 14th and 15th centuries, came to control much of the western end of the Silk Road by the mid-15th century. The Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453 gave them control of the strategic waterway between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, giving them influence over trade routes through that region. Ottoman control of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East meant that European merchants seeking goods from Asia had to deal with Ottoman intermediaries, had to pay Ottoman customs duties, had to navigate Ottoman regulations and political considerations. The Ottoman position was in some ways similar to the Parthian position 1,500 years earlier. They controlled crucial territory between Europe and Asia, could profit from their role as middlemen, had incentives to maintain some barriers to direct trade between European merchants and Asian suppliers. But unlike the Parthians, the Ottomans faced an alternative. European maritime technology was developing to the point where sea routes could bypass Ottoman territories entirely, could connect Europe to Asia through water passages that the Ottomans could not control. Portuguese exploration of the African coast, beginning in earnest in the early 15th century, was initially about finding gold and slaves rather than about bypassing the Silk Road. But the Portuguese gradually pushed further south along the African coast, establishing trading posts, learning navigation techniques for sailing far from shore, developing ships that could handle ocean conditions. By 1488, Bartolomeu Dias had rounded the southern tip of Africa, proving that a sea route to the Indian Ocean was possible. In 1497, Vasco da Gama completed the voyage, sailing from Portugal around Africa to India, reaching the port of Calicut in 1498. This achievement was momentous for global trade. For the first time, European ships could sail directly to Asian markets, could purchase goods without passing through the intermediaries who controlled the overland routes, could potentially import Asian goods at costs dramatically lower than what the overland Silk Road could offer. The economics were compelling. A ship could carry far more cargo than a caravan of camels. The Portuguese carracks, used for the India voyages, could carry 200 to 600 tons of cargo, equivalent to perhaps 2,000 to 6,000 camel loads. The cost per ton-kilometer of sea transport was perhaps 1/10 the cost of overland transport, maybe less, depending on specific conditions and routes. The voyage was dangerous, certainly. Ships could be lost to storms, to navigation errors, to attacks by rival powers or pirates. The mortality rate among crew on these early voyages was horrific, often 30 to 50%, dying from disease, accidents, violence. But from a purely economic perspective, the potential returns justified the risks. A ship that successfully completed a round trip from Portugal to India and back could return a profit of several 100% on invested capital, enough to cover the losses from ships that failed to return and still enrich the investors and merchants who organized these ventures. The Portuguese established a maritime empire in the Indian Ocean through the early 16th century. Not an empire of territorial control, but an empire of naval supremacy and trading posts. They established fortified bases at key locations: Goa on the west coast of India, Malacca controlling the straits between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, Hormuz controlling access to the Persian Gulf. From these bases, they attempted to control trade, to force merchants to use Portuguese ports and pay Portuguese duties, to exclude competitors from the most profitable routes. The Dutch entered the Asian maritime trade in the late 16th century, forming the Dutch East India Company, the Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, or VOC, in 1602. The VOC was a chartered company, a joint stock enterprise where multiple investors pooled capital and shared in profits and losses. This corporate structure allowed for larger capital accumulation than individual merchants could achieve, allowed for long-term planning and investment, allowed for coordinated strategy across multiple trading posts and voyages. The VOC became one of the most successful trading companies in history, paying substantial dividends to its investors over 2 centuries, controlling much of the spice trade from Southeast Asia, establishing Dutch influence across the Indian Ocean and in the East Indies. The English followed, forming the East India Company in 1600. Like the Dutch VOC, the English company was a joint stock enterprise, with a royal charter granting it monopoly rights over English trade with Asia. The English company focused initially on India, establishing trading posts at Surat, Madras, Bombay, Calcutta. Over time, the company's role evolved from purely commercial to include governmental functions, eventually becoming the de facto ruler of large parts of India. But that development lay in the future. In the 17th century, it was primarily a trading enterprise, competing with the Dutch and Portuguese for access to Asian markets. These maritime developments did not immediately end overland Silk Road trade. The land routes continued functioning through the 16th and 17th centuries. Caravans still crossed Central Asia, still carried goods between China and the Middle East, still supported the economies of the oasis cities and the merchants who specialized in these routes. But the volumes declined. The relative importance diminished. A merchant in the 16th century, deciding how to move goods from China to Europe, now had choices. He could organize a caravan following the traditional overland routes, a journey that might take a year or more, that required managing relationships with multiple political authorities, that involved substantial risks and costs. Or he could ship goods by sea, a voyage that might take similar time, but that could move larger quantities at lower cost per unit, that increasingly had established procedures and networks to support it. The economics increasingly favored maritime trade for bulk goods and for goods where weight and volume were important considerations. For small, extremely valuable items, for goods that needed to reach markets quickly, for trade-serving markets along the overland routes themselves, rather than trade spanning the entire distance from China to Europe, the overland routes remained competitive. But the great transcontinental trade that had defined the Silk Road, the movement of large quantities of silk and spices across the breadth of Eurasia, this was shifting to the sea. The Chinese response to these changes was complex. The Ming dynasty, which had overthrown Mongol rule in 1368 and would rule China until 1644, initially restricted foreign trade, viewing it with suspicion, preferring to emphasize China's self-sufficiency and cultural superiority. The the famous voyages of Zheng He, a Muslim eunuch admiral who commanded massive fleets on expeditions to Southeast Asia, India, Arabia, and East Africa between 1405 and 1433, demonstrated China's maritime capabilities. Zheng He's treasure ships were enormous, possibly 60 meters long or more, far larger than any European ships of the time, carrying crews of hundreds, demonstrating Chinese naval technology and projecting Chinese power across the Indian Ocean. But the Ming emperors decided not to continue these expeditions after 1433. The reasons were debated by historians, probably involved a combination of cost, court politics, ideological preferences for emphasizing land frontiers rather than maritime expansion, and a general Ming tendency toward conservatism and inward focus. The result was that China, which had the technology and resources to dominate Indian Ocean trade, chose not to do so, leaving a vacuum that European powers would eventually fill. The Ming did allow some maritime trade through regulated ports, particularly Guangzhou in the south, where foreign merchants could trade under controlled conditions. Chinese merchants also traded in Southeast Asian ports, maintaining commercial networks that had existed for centuries. But official Ming policy generally discouraged this trade, viewing merchants as a social class of low prestige, seeing foreign trade as potentially destabilizing, preferring tribute relationships where foreign rulers sent missions to the Chinese court, bearing gifts and receiving gifts in return, maintaining the fiction that China was the center of civilization, bestowing favors on less advanced peoples, rather than engaging in mutual commercial exchange. This Ming inwardness meant that as European maritime trade expanded in Asian waters through the 16th and 17th centuries, Chinese authorities did not compete for control of these trade routes. Chinese merchants participated in maritime trade, certainly, operating in Southeast Asian waters, trading between Chinese ports and ports in Japan, the Philippines, Southeast Asia. But there was no Chinese equivalent of the Portuguese Estado da India or the Dutch VOC, no state-backed effort to control and monopolize trade routes, no projection of naval power to exclude competitors or enforce trading monopolies. The Central Asian cities, Samarkand and Bukhara and Kashgar and the others that had prospered for centuries from their position on the overland trade routes, experienced slow decline as trade volumes shifted to maritime routes. This decline was not sudden or dramatic. The cities did not empty overnight, did not become ghost towns. They maintained regional trade, served as markets for their surrounding agricultural hinterlands, continued some long-distance trade on routes that remained active. But the glory days, the cosmopolitan prosperity of the Mongol period, or even the earlier Sogdian commercial networks, gradually faded. The merchant elites, who had grown wealthy from transcontinental trade, found fewer opportunities, diversified into land ownership or other activities, saw their children pursue careers as religious scholars or government officials, rather than as merchants. The economic logic of the shift was inexorable. Sea transport was simply cheaper for most goods over most routes, particularly for the long-distance trades that had defined the Silk Road. A ton of pepper, transported by ship from India to Europe, cost perhaps 1/5 to 1/10 what that same ton would cost transported overland, factoring in all the intermediary markups, the transport costs, the various fees and duties. Silk from China, shipped by sea to Europe, similarly cost far less than silk that had traveled the overland routes. These cost differences meant that maritime trade could undercut overland trade on price, could offer goods to European consumers at lower costs, which increased demand and further shifted trade volumes to the sea routes. This was not a complete replacement. Some goods continued moving overland because that was more practical for serving markets along the routes rather than at the endpoints. Trade between China and Russia, for instance, or between China and Central Asia, or between Persia and India. These regional trades continued using overland routes because that made geographical sense. The decline was specifically in the very long-distance trades, the China to Europe movements of goods, the transcontinental commerce that had been the hallmark of the Silk Road at its height. By the 17th century, European merchants in Asian ports could purchase silk directly from Chinese merchants, could purchase spices directly from producers or local intermediaries in Southeast Asia, could load these goods onto European ships and transport them to European markets without involving the overland routes at all. The Sogdian merchants, the Persian intermediaries, the various middlemen who had profited from their position along the overland routes were being bypassed. Their knowledge of distant markets, their networks of trust and relationships, their specialized skills in cross-cultural trade, all these became less valuable when European merchants could conduct their own Asian trade directly through maritime routes. The technological developments that enabled this shift were themselves products of gradual accumulation, not sudden breakthroughs. Improvements in ship design, the development of vessels that could sail in ocean conditions far from shore, able to carry substantial cargo while still being maneuverable enough to navigate coastal waters and river mouths where trade goods were loaded and unloaded. Improvements in navigation, particularly the use of astronomical observations to determine latitude, the development of better charts and sailing directions, the accumulation of knowledge about winds and currents in different seasons, the magnetic compass, originally a Chinese invention that had reached Europe by the 13th century, became more refined and reliable, providing a navigation tool that worked regardless of weather or visibility. These technological changes reduced the risks of maritime trade, reduced the costs, made sea routes increasingly competitive with overland routes. The shift was not total, was not universal, but it was persistent and cumulative. Each generation of ships was somewhat better than the last, somewhat larger, somewhat more efficient. Each generation of navigators knew somewhat more than their predecessors, had better charts, better instruments, more accumulated experience. The learning curve in maritime trade was steep and steady, and it inexorably favored the expansion of sea trade at the expense of overland trade. The Ottoman Empire, recognizing the threat that Portuguese and later Dutch and English maritime trade posed to their position as middlemen in East-West trade, attempted to maintain relevance by controlling overland routes and by projecting naval power in the Red Sea and Persian Gulf. Ottoman control of Egypt from 1517 gave them influence over the Red Sea route, one of the sea paths between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. Ottoman control of Iraq gave them some influence over the Persian Gulf route, but Ottoman naval technology lagged behind European developments. and their ability to control these sea routes was limited. European ships, willing to fight for access to Asian trade, generally prevailed in naval confrontations, maintaining their ability to use maritime routes despite Ottoman opposition. The result, playing out over the 16th and 17th centuries, was a gradual marginalization of the overland Silk Road in global trade. The routes still existed. Trade still moved along them, but they were no longer the primary connections between East and West. Maritime routes carried the bulk of transcontinental trade, connected Asian and European markets through ocean passages rather than through the patient overland journeys of caravans crossing Central Asian deserts and mountains. The Silk Road, that network of routes that had connected civilizations for nearly 2 millennia, was entering a period of relative decline, not ended but diminished, not destroyed but transformed, persisting in regional trades and in cultural memories, even as its economic importance faded, giving way to maritime networks that would define global trade for the next several centuries. The routes themselves, the physical paths through deserts and over mountains, were only the most visible part of what made the Silk Road function. Beneath the surface, supporting and enabling the movement of goods across thousands of kilometers and through diverse cultures, was an invisible infrastructure of trust, communication, and standardization. These systems were not built all at once, were not designed by any central authority, but evolved slowly over centuries as merchants solved the practical problems of trading across cultural boundaries, as they developed methods for communicating despite language barriers, for establishing trust with strangers, for enforcing agreements when no common legal system existed to compel performance. This invisible infrastructure was as essential to the Silk Road as the caravanserais and trade routes, perhaps more essential, because it allowed people from radically different backgrounds to cooperate in mutually beneficial exchange. Language was the first and most obvious barrier. A merchant from China, traveling westward, would encounter, within a few weeks of leaving Chinese territory, people who spoke languages completely unrelated to Chinese. Turkic languages in Central Asia, Persian in Iran and Central Asia, Arabic across the Islamic world, Greek in Byzantium, Latin in parts of Europe. These languages came from different language families, had different grammatical structures, different writing systems, different vocabularies. Direct communication between a Chinese merchant and an Arab merchant, neither knowing the other's language, was impossible without some form of mediation. The solution was layers of linguistic bridges, interpreters, and polyglot merchants who could translate between languages, who could serve as communication intermediaries. The Sogdian merchants, with their position in the center of the Silk Road, became particularly skilled at multilingualism. A Sogdian merchant might speak Sogdian as his native language, Chinese for trade in the East, Persian for trade in the West, Turkic for communication with various Central Asian peoples, perhaps some Arabic for dealings with Muslim merchants. This linguistic versatility was economically valuable, was a skill that justified premium fees for translation services, was part of what made Sogdian merchants indispensable to Silk Road trade. The training to acquire these languages began young. A merchant family would ensure their children learned multiple languages from childhood, exposed to foreign merchants who visited their city, perhaps sent to live with trading partners in distant cities, where they would absorb languages through immersion. The investment in language education was substantial, taking years of childhood and adolescence, but the returns were equally substantial. A merchant who could negotiate directly in multiple languages, who did not need to rely on interpreters, whose loyalty and accuracy might be questionable, had significant advantages in commercial dealings. But language skill alone was not enough. Even when two merchants could communicate verbally, differences in commercial customs, in expectations about how transactions should be conducted, in standards for measuring goods or assessing quality, could create misunderstandings and disputes. Standardization of weights and measures was a persistent challenge. Different regions used different units for measuring length, weight, volume. A unit called a pound in one place might be a different weight from a unit called by the same or a similar name elsewhere. A measure of length might vary by 10 or 20% between cities only a few hundred kilometers apart. Merchants dealt with this through various strategies. Some carried their own weights and measures, standardized reference tools that they could use to calibrate local scales and measuring devices. When negotiating a transaction, they might insist on using their own measurement tools, or they might agree to use local standards, but first carefully determine the relationship between the local standards and their own familiar units. This required mathematical facility, the ability to convert between different measurement systems mentally or with simple calculation aids like counting boards or abacuses. The development of standardized weights that were widely recognized across regions helped reduce these complications. Certain weights, often associated with major trading centers or powerful states, became de facto standards that merchants across wide areas would recognize. A merchant arriving with goods weighed according to such a standard could expect that other merchants in distant cities would accept that weight as valid, would not insist on reweighing with their own potentially different scales. This standardization was not imposed from above, but emerged through market forces. Merchants preferred standards that were widely accepted because this reduced transaction costs. So they gravitated towards standards that had achieved broad recognition. Coinage presented similar challenges. Different states minted their own coins, with different weights, different precious metal contents, different denominations. A merchant traveling across multiple political jurisdictions would accumulate coins from various sources, would need to understand their relative values, would need to be able to convert between them when conducting transactions. Money changers in major trading cities provided these services, maintaining current information about the metallic content and exchange rates of coins from across the trading world. These money changers were specialists, often using touchstones and acids to assay coins, verifying that they contained the gold or silver they purported to contain, that they had not been clipped or otherwise debased. The fees for money changing were typically small, perhaps 1 to 3% of the transaction value. But the volume of trade meant these small percentages added up to substantial income. A successful money changer in a major city like Samarkand or Baghdad or Alexandria might handle thousands of transactions per year. His booth in the marketplace, a constant hub of activity as merchants converted between currencies, as travelers obtained local money to pay for food and lodging, as business deals that involved parties using different currencies required conversion to a common monetary standard. Trust was perhaps the most crucial element of the invisible infrastructure, and the most difficult to establish and maintain. Long-distance trade required extending credit, required sending goods with the expectation of payment months later, required relying on distant partners to fulfill their obligations when no court could easily enforce those obligations across thousands of kilometers. How did merchants manage to trust each other enough to conduct these transactions? How did they minimize the risk of dealing with cheaters or unreliable partners? Reputation systems were central to creating trust. Merchants operated within communities where their actions were observed and remembered. A merchant who cheated a partner, who delivered inferior goods, who failed to pay debts, would find this behavior reported and discussed within the merchant community. The news would spread along trade routes as merchants shared information, warning their associates about unreliable partners. This reputational damage could be devastating. A merchant whose reputation was ruined would find future partners scarce, would be excluded from the trust networks that made long-distance trade possible, might be forced out of business entirely. These reputation systems worked because the merchant communities were not too large, and because merchants interacted repeatedly over years and decades. A merchant planning a career of perhaps 30 or 40 years in long-distance trade would have strong incentives to maintain a good reputation, to fulfill obligations even when short-term incentives might favor cheating, because the long-term value of continued participation in the trading networks vastly exceeded any gains from isolated acts of dishonesty. This was not perfect. Cheating still occurred. But the frequency was probably lower than it would have been without these reputational constraints. Merchant guilds and professional associations formalized some of these trust mechanisms. Guilds established standards for member behavior, arbitrated disputes between members, maintained collective resources like caravanserais or warehouses that members could use. Membership in a recognized guild was itself a form of reputation, signaling to potential partners that this merchant had been vetted by his peers, that he adhered to professional standards, that disputes with him could be resolved through established procedures. Guilds could enforce their rules through the threat of expulsion, which would cost the expelled merchant access to guild resources and would damage his reputation with non-guild merchants who viewed guild membership as a positive signal. Religious institutions played surprisingly important roles in facilitating trade across cultural boundaries. Buddhist monasteries along the Silk Road provided not just spiritual services, but also practical support for merchants. They offered safe storage for goods and documents, served as neutral meeting places where merchants from different backgrounds could negotiate, sometimes provided banking services, including loans and deposit accounts. The religious authority of the monasteries provided a form of guarantee. A merchant who violated agreements made in a monastery, who stole from monastery warehouses, who defaulted on loans from monasteries, was not just cheating a business partner, but offending religious institutions, which carried social and potentially spiritual consequences. Islamic institutions served similar functions in regions where Muslims predominated. The concept of waqf, religious endowments, created institutions with stable funding that could maintain caravanserais, hospitals, schools, and other facilities that supported trade. The Islamic legal tradition included detailed provisions for commercial law, covering contracts, partnerships, credit arrangements, dispute resolution. Muslim merchants operating across the Islamic world could rely on these legal frameworks, could expect that judges in different cities would apply similar principles, could structure their business arrangements in ways that were recognized and enforceable across wide regions. Jewish merchants, operating across multiple political and religious boundaries, developed their own networks and institutions. The Radhanite merchants, Jewish traders who operated across Christian Europe, the Islamic world, and into Central Asia and India between roughly the 8th and 11th centuries, maintained their own communication networks, their own credit instruments, their own methods for resolving disputes. They could trade with both Christian and Muslim partners, could operate in territories where neither Christians nor Muslims might be welcome, could serve as bridges between communities that might not trade with each other directly. Their success depended on maintaining reputation within the Jewish merchant community and on the trust that their religious and communal bonds created. Letters of introduction were crucial tools for establishing trust with unfamiliar partners. A merchant traveling to a new city might carry letters from established merchants in his home city, letters introducing him to the correspondent's trading partners in the destination city, vouching for his reliability and character. These letters were carefully worded because the writer was placing his own reputation at risk. If the introduced merchant proved unreliable, this reflected badly on the person who had vouched for him, might damage the voucher's own relationships with his correspondents. So letters of introduction were not given casually, but only to merchants whose reliability was well established. The physical form of these letters varied by region and period. They might be written on paper, on parchment, on silk, in some Chinese contexts. They might be sealed with wax or with signet rings to prevent tampering. They might include elaborate calligraphy and formal language, or they might be brief and businesslike. But all served the same essential function of extending trust across distance, of allowing a merchant's reputation to travel with him into unfamiliar markets, of bootstrapping trust between strangers through chains of existing relationships. Gift exchange operated alongside, and sometimes instead of pure market exchange. In many cultures, particularly in dealings between merchants and local elites who controlled territory and could provide security or create problems, gifts served to establish and maintain relationships. A merchant passing through a region might present gifts to the local ruler or officials, valuable items that demonstrated respect and created obligation. The officials, in turn, might reciprocate with gifts, with promises of protection, with favorable treatment in matters of customs duties or dispute resolution. These gift exchanges were not bribes exactly, though they functioned similarly from a modern perspective. They were part of a broader economy of obligation and reciprocity, ways of creating relationships that transcended individual transactions. The economics of gift exchange were complex. The gifts needed to be valuable enough to create real obligation, but not so expensive that they consumed all profit from trade. The timing mattered. gifts at the heart. Beginning of a relationship, serving different purposes from gifts, marking the culmination of successful dealings. The cultural meaning of gifts varied. What was appropriate in one culture might be offensive in another. Merchants needed to understand these nuances, needed to know what kinds of gifts were expected in different contexts, needed to be able to participate in these exchanges with cultural sensitivity and economic calculation. Information networks were as important as the networks for moving goods. Merchants needed to know about prices in distant markets, about supply conditions, about political situations that might affect trade routes, about opportunities and dangers that lay ahead on their journeys. This information accumulated and flowed through merchant networks, shared in letters, exchanged in conversations at caravanserais, discussed in market gatherings. A merchant who had just returned from Chang'an might be questioned at length by merchants planning similar journeys, his knowledge about current conditions being valuable to their planning. Some information was shared freely, part of the collective knowledge of the merchant community. Other information was proprietary, closely held competitive advantages that merchants guarded carefully. A merchant who had discovered a particularly good supplier, who had negotiated favorable terms with officials along a route, who had identified an emerging market opportunity, might keep this information secret to preserve his advantage. But even proprietary information eventually leaked through the merchant networks. As other merchants observed and imitated successful strategies, as former partners or employees shared what they knew, as the competitive dynamics of trade spread innovations and insights through the community. The speed of information flow was limited by the speed of physical travel. In an era before electronic communication, information could move no faster than a messenger could travel. Along the Silk Road, this meant information might take months to travel from one end of the routes to the other. A merchant in Rome, learning about prices in Chang'an, was learning about conditions that were already months out of date by the time the information reached him. This time, lag created both challenges and opportunities. Challenges because conditions might have changed by the time goods arrived at their destination. Opportunities because merchants who could gather information more quickly, who had better networks, who could process information more accurately, could profit from knowledge that their competitors lacked. The Mongol yam system, when it functioned at its peak, dramatically accelerated information flow along the routes it served. Messages that might have taken months traveling with ordinary caravans could be carried by relay couriers in a matter of weeks. This gave merchants who had access to the yam system significant informational advantages. They could receive news from distant markets, while that news was still relatively current, could adjust their strategies in response to changing conditions more quickly than competitors who relied on slower communication methods. This was one reason the Mongol period saw such flourishing trade. The infrastructure for rapid information flow made markets more efficient, reduced the informational uncertainties that complicated long-distance commerce. Contract enforcement across jurisdictions remained a persistent challenge throughout Silk Road history. When a merchant in Samarkand contracted with a merchant in Chang'an for delivery of goods 6 months hence, what guaranteed that the contract would be fulfilled? No single court had jurisdiction over both parties. No single legal system governed their agreement. Yet these contracts were made and generally honored. How? The answer combined several mechanisms. Reputation, as discussed, made cheating costly in the long run. Merchant guilds and religious institutions provided arbitration services that both parties might accept as legitimate. Hostage-like arrangements, where each party held something of value belonging to the other, created mutual vulnerability that discouraged contract violations. And staged performance, where contracts were executed in incremental steps with payment and delivery alternating, reduced the risk that either party would lose too much from a single instance of breach. These mechanisms were not foolproof. Contract disputes were common, and not all could be resolved amicably. When disputes escalated, merchants might resort to various strategies. They might seek support from their home communities, bringing collective pressure to bear on the cheating partner. They might pursue the dispute through multiple legal jurisdictions, hoping to find a court that would recognize their claim. They might simply absorb the loss and sever relations with the unreliable partner, spreading word of the breach through merchant networks to damage the partner's reputation. None of these strategies was perfectly satisfactory, but collectively they created enough enforcement that most contracts were honored most of the time, which was sufficient to allow trade to function. The invisible infrastructure of language skills, standardized measurements, reputation systems, credit networks, religious institutions, legal frameworks, information channels, all of these evolved without central planning, without anyone designing a comprehensive system for facilitating transcontinental trade. They emerged from countless individual decisions by merchants solving practical problems, finding what worked and repeating it, abandoning what failed, gradually accumulating a body of practices and institutions that made trade possible across distances and cultural differences that might have seemed insurmountable. This infrastructure was fragile in some ways, dependent on the continuation of patterns of interaction that could be disrupted by wars or political changes. But it was also resilient, able to adapt to changing conditions, able to persist through the political fragmentations and reunifications that characterized Silk Road history. The invisible infrastructure endured because it served real needs, because merchants depended on it, because the economic value it created motivated continued investment in maintaining and improving it. One relationship, one transaction, one carefully honored commitment at a time. The invisible infrastructure that merchants built, the trust networks and communication channels and institutions that made trade possible, these persisted long after the routes themselves declined in economic importance. The overland Silk Road, as a major conduit for transcontinental trade, gradually faded through the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, eclipsed by maritime routes that could move goods more cheaply and in larger volumes. But the routes did not disappear entirely. Trade continued on smaller scales, serving regional rather than global markets. And the cultural memories of the Silk Road, the knowledge that these connections had once existed, persisted in the cities and regions that had prospered from transit trade. In the 19th and 20th centuries, as Europeans began exploring Central Asia systematically, as archaeologists uncovered the material remains of ancient trade, As scholars translated documents found in desert caves and ruins, the Silk Road was rediscovered, not as a living economic system, but as a historical phenomenon whose patterns and lessons might still have relevance. The term Silk Road itself was a 19th-century invention, coined by the German geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen in 1877. Richthofen was attempting to name the network of routes that had connected China with the West in ancient times, routes that historical sources mentioned, but that had never been systematically studied or mapped. He chose silk as the defining commodity because Chinese silk had been the most famous and valuable product moving westward along these routes. Though, as we have seen, many other goods traveled alongside it. The name stuck, becoming the standard way to refer to these ancient trade networks. Though historians now recognize that the routes carried much more than silk, and that trade was only one of many types of exchange that occurred along these paths. European exploration of Central Asia in the late 19th and early 20th centuries revealed the physical remains of the Silk Road world. Aurel Stein, a Hungarian-British archaeologist, made several expeditions into Central Asia between 1900 and 1916, exploring ruins along the southern rim of the Taklamakan Desert, discovering ancient cities buried by sand, uncovering documents and artifacts that provided detailed evidence of how trade and daily life had functioned 1,000 years earlier. Stein's expeditions to sites like Dunhuang, where a sealed cave had preserved thousands of manuscripts and paintings, brought to light materials that transformed understanding of Silk Road history. The Dunhuang manuscripts, dating mostly from the 5th through 10th centuries, included commercial documents, letters between merchants, contracts, loan agreements, inventories of goods. These mundane records, preserved by the dry desert climate, showed exactly how the financial and commercial systems of the Silk Road functioned. Scholars could see the actual language used in contracts, could trace credit networks through surviving loan documents, could observe price fluctuations across years by comparing dated records. The manuscripts also included literary works, Buddhist texts, medical treatises, astronomical observations, showing the full range of knowledge and culture that traveled along with trade goods. Other archaeological discoveries revealed the material culture of Silk Road cities. Excavations at sites like Nia and Miran uncovered coins from various civilizations, pottery showing influences from multiple cultures, textiles demonstrating manufacturing techniques, architectural remains revealing how people lived and worked. The material evidence confirmed and enriched what historical texts had suggested, showing that the Silk Road had been not just a network of trade routes, but a zone of intense cultural exchange, where ideas and technologies and artistic styles moved along with silk and spices. The modern world that emerged from the Industrial Revolution created trade patterns different from those of the ancient Silk Road, but built on some of the same principles. Global supply chains that move components and finished goods across multiple countries follow logics that ancient merchants would recognize. A modern company sourcing parts from suppliers in different countries, assembling products in one location, and selling in markets worldwide is engaging in a more complex version of the buying and selling across distance that characterized Silk Road trade. The economics are fundamentally similar. Find where goods or services can be produced cheaply, transport them to where they command higher prices, manage the risks and costs of transport and exchange. The financial instruments that modern global trade uses have antecedents in Silk Road practices. Letters of credit that allow payment across borders without physically moving currency derive from the deposit receipts and credit instruments that merchants used centuries ago. Insurance, though more formalized and institutionalized now, serves the same function as the risk-sharing agreements that caravan merchants made. Joint stock companies, with multiple investors pooling capital and sharing risks and returns, evolved from the partnership arrangements that Sogdian merchants developed. The Tang dynasty's flying money system was an early form of what would eventually become modern electronic fund transfers, allowing money to move as information rather than as physical metal. Modern logistics faces challenges that ancient merchants would understand: how to coordinate the movement of goods across long distances and multiple jurisdictions, how to manage information so that supply matches demand, how to build and maintain the trust necessary for parties to honor agreements across space and time. The technologies have changed dramatically. Containerization and computers and satellite tracking, allowing for efficiencies that ancient merchants could not imagine. But the underlying problems of moving goods from where they are abundant to where they are wanted, of managing risks and costs, of coordinating between parties with different languages and cultures and legal systems, these remain structurally similar. The concept of comparative advantage, formalized by economist David Ricardo in 1817, describes a principle that Silk Road merchants understood intuitively. Different regions have different capabilities for producing different goods. By specializing in what they can produce most efficiently and trading for goods that others produce more efficiently, all parties can benefit. China specialized in silk production because conditions there made it possible to produce silk more cheaply than anywhere else. India specialized in spices that grew well in its climate. Central Asian merchants specialized in providing trade services, using their position and knowledge to facilitate exchange. This specialization and trade made all parties better off than they would have been in autarky, in economic isolation. The idea that trade is not zero-sum, that it can create mutual benefits rather than simply transferring wealth from losers to winners, was demonstrated by the Silk Road's long existence. Trade persisted for more than 1,000 years because it benefited participants across its extent. Chinese silk producers gained markets for their products, earned income that supported their livelihoods. Central Asian merchants earned profits from their intermediary services. Western consumers gained access to goods they couldn't produce locally. The total wealth created by these exchanges exceeded what would have existed without trade, even accounting for the costs of transport and the markups of intermediaries. Modern discussions of globalization often reference the Silk Road as a historical precedent, an earlier era when long-distance trade connected distant regions, when cultural exchanges followed commercial networks, when the world was interconnected in ways that might seem surprisingly modern. But the comparisons should be careful. The scale of modern global trade, measured in volume and value, vastly exceeds anything the Silk Road achieved. Modern trade moves in days goods that took months or years to transport in ancient times. The proportion of global economic activity represented by international trade, is far higher now than it was in the Silk Road era, when most economic activity remained local and when long-distance trade was confined to luxury goods that were a small fraction of total production. Yet the human elements of trade remain recognizable across the centuries. Trust still matters, though it may be mediated by contracts and legal systems rather than by personal relationships and reputation in small communities. Information still provides competitive advantage, though it now moves at the speed of light rather than the speed of a camel caravan. Cultural differences still create challenges in cross-border commerce, though increased communication and travel have reduced these frictions. The Silk Road shows us that humans have been creating long-distance economic connections for millennia. That trade is not a recent invention, but a persistent pattern in human behavior, something that emerges whenever the conditions make it possible and profitable. The Belt and Road Initiative, announced by China in 2013, explicitly invokes Silk Road history and imagery. The initiative proposes infrastructure investments across Asia, Africa, and Europe, building ports and railways and roads, financing projects that would create new trade connections or strengthen existing ones. The initiative is partly about economics, seeking markets and resources, creating opportunities for Chinese companies. But it is also about history and identity, positioning China as reviving ancient connections, as restoring networks that once made China central to Eurasian trade. Whether the initiative will achieve its goals, whether the economics will prove sound, whether the political complications will be manageable, these remain open questions. But the invocation of the Silk Road is revealing, showing how historical memory of ancient trade networks continues to shape how nations imagine their economic futures. The Silk Road cities that once thrived from transit trade have had varied fates in the modern era. Samarkand, conquered by Russia in 1868 and now part of Uzbekistan, has preserved many of its historical monuments, its madrasas and mausoleums and mosques, attracting tourists drawn by the city's Silk Road heritage. The city is no longer a major commercial center, as it was in the Timurid period, but it maintains symbolic importance, representing the history of Central Asian trade and culture. Bukhara, Kashgar, Xi'an, the modern name for Chang'an, all maintain historical architecture and memories of their Silk Road past. All market themselves as heritage destinations. All draw on history to attract visitors and investment. The actual routes through deserts and mountains, the paths that caravans once followed, are mostly empty now of the commerce that once defined them. Some have been replaced by modern roads or railways that follow similar paths through geography that still constrains where routes can go. The Karakoram Highway, connecting Pakistan and China through mountain passes that ancient traders used, serves modern trade and travel, though the volume and speed of movement would astonish any ancient merchant. Other routes have been abandoned entirely. The oasis cities that supported them shrunken or deserted, the wells filled with sand, the caravanserais standing as ruins in landscapes returned to desert silence. The economic lessons of the Silk Road remain relevant. Infrastructure matters, investments in roads and communications networks, and institutions that facilitate exchange can generate returns over very long periods. The Tang dynasty's road system, the Mongol yam stations, These were expensive to build and maintain, but they supported trade that enriched the societies that built them. Modern governments making infrastructure investments are following patterns established millennia ago, understanding that commerce needs physical and institutional frameworks to flourish. Security matters. Trade thrives when merchants can travel safely, when goods arrive at destinations intact, when bandits are suppressed and routes are protected. The correlation between political stability and trade volumes in Silk Road history is clear. Periods of strong central authority, like the height of the Tang dynasty or the Mongol peace, saw trade flourish. Periods of fragmentation and conflict saw trade decline. This remains true in the modern world, where political instability and violence disrupt trade, where security is a prerequisite for economic development. Intermediaries create value, even when they seem to simply add costs. The Sogdian merchants, who marked up goods as they moved them from China to Central Asia, the Parthian merchants, who added their markups moving goods westward from Parthia. These intermediaries were often resented by those at the endpoints who wished they could trade directly and avoid the middleman costs. But the intermediaries provided real services: local knowledge, language skills, established relationships, risk management. Trying to eliminate intermediaries often simply makes trade more difficult unless alternative systems can replicate the services they provided. This is as true in modern supply chains as it was on the ancient Silk Road. Money and credit systems need to inspire trust to function effectively. The coins that circulated along the Silk Road worked because people trusted their metallic content, because states maintained standards and suppressed counterfeiting, because merchants developed ways to assess and exchange different currencies. The credit instruments worked because reputation systems and enforcement mechanisms made defaulting costly. Modern monetary systems are far more complex, but they still depend on trust, on the belief that money will retain value, that contracts will be enforced, that the institutions supporting the financial system are sound and reliable. Cultural exchange follows economic exchange, though not in simple or predictable ways. Buddhism spread from India to China, partly along trade routes, carried by merchants and by missionaries who traveled with caravans. Technologies moved from region to region through similar channels. Languages borrowed words for trade goods from each other. Artistic styles influenced each other as artists saw works from distant regions. The Silk Road facilitated these exchanges, creating channels for non-economic flows that enriched the cultures at both ends and along the routes. Modern globalization shows similar patterns. Trade networks creating pathways for cultural products and ideas, though the speed and volume of these exchanges is far greater than in ancient times. The story of the Silk Road is not primarily about individual merchants or rulers, though individuals certainly shaped events at particular moments. It is more fundamentally about systems, about networks that emerged from countless individual decisions, about patterns that persisted across generations and centuries, about the patient accumulation of connections that eventually linked China to Rome, Chang'an to Constantinople, the Pacific to the Mediterranean. These connections were built by people whose names we mostly do not know. Merchants who made their careful calculations and took their measured risks. Craftsmen who produced goods for distant markets they would never see. officials who maintained infrastructure and enforced standards, interpreters and money changers and innkeepers who provided the small services that made travel possible. The Silk Road shows us that humans have always sought connection, have always found ways to trade and exchange and communicate across whatever barriers separated them. Geography created obstacles, but also created routes through and around those obstacles. Cultural differences created misunderstandings, but also created opportunities for intermediaries who could bridge those differences. Political fragmentation created costs, but also created competitions between states that sometimes, as in the Mongol period, led to unifications that facilitated trade. The persistence of trade through all these variations in conditions shows that the economic logic of exchange, the benefits that come from specialization and trade, are powerful enough to overcome substantial obstacles. As we contemplate the Silk Road from our present perspective, it is tempting to romanticize it, to imagine caravans crossing exotic landscapes, to think of adventure and discovery and cultural encounter. There was some of that, certainly. But mostly the Silk Road was about patient, persistent work. It was about merchants calculating costs and prices, about agreements carefully negotiated and honored, about goods carefully packed and transported and unpacked and sold. It was about the slow accumulation of small profits over long careers, about risks managed and losses absorbed, about trust built through repeated interactions over years and decades. The Silk Road was, in the end, simply commerce, humans doing what humans have always done when conditions allow, trading with each other, finding mutual advantage in exchange, connecting across distance to share what each produces best, enriching themselves and their communities through patient participation in networks larger than any individual, networks that persist and adapt and endure, connecting past to present, showing patterns that remain recognizable even as technologies and scales change beyond recognition. And so we come to rest at the end of our journey, having followed those ancient paths from oasis to mountain pass, from marketplace to caravanserai, across distances that seem impossible and yet were crossed again and again by patient travelers seeking connection. We have watched goods move through countless hands, each exchange a small act of trust, each journey a quiet triumph of persistence over obstacle. We have seen how humans built invisible bridges across deserts of distance and difference, how they learned to speak each other's languages and honor each other's agreements, how they created networks that endured through empires rising and falling, through routes shifting and transforming, through all the changes that time brings. Perhaps something in this long story resonates with your own life, your own patient efforts to connect, to build, to persist through difficulties toward distant goals. The merchants who carved their names in mountain passes, who kept careful accounts in foreign cities, who trusted partners they would never see again. These were people like you, doing their work, solving their problems, creating value through attention and care. Their networks have faded, but the principle endures, the understanding that connection matters, that patient work accumulates into something larger than any single effort, that trust and persistence and care create the infrastructure on which everything else rests. The caravanserais are quiet now. The ancient routes return to sand and silence. The merchants have long since completed their final journeys, their careful ledgers closed, their camels unloaded one last time. There is nothing you need to remember, no routes to trace, no dates to hold. Let it all settle like dust after the caravan has passed. The story continues somewhere, always, but you may rest now. Breathe slowly. Let the distances collapse. Drift gently, as caravans once drifted across moonlit deserts, moving toward rest, toward shelter, toward the peaceful dark where all journeys end and sleep begins.